Since 2002, the LPGA Tour has been coming to Korea, and again in 2021 we return to the LPGA International Busan course in the southeast corner of the Republic of Korea for round 4 of the BMW Ladies Championship. The course is a tree-lined parkland-style layout with a par of 72 with wide fairways in the landing zone in particular. But the fun begins on the greens, and there are some interesting pin positions today that will test out some of the best players in the world in this final round. Hi everybody, Warren Smith, Ewan Porter and Kate Burton taking you through the final round of one of the biggest events on the LPGA Tour, with this co-sanctioned tournament giving the regulars on the Korean LPGA Tour the chance to showcase their golf games. Nobody has done that better than Hee-Jong Lim, the 21-year-old who led by 4 shots after 54 holes. They're making their way around the front 9 as we speak, to even 9s of par 36, to 3s, to 5s on each 9. And all the action begins around about the 15th in particular. That certainly was a roller coaster ride for many of our field so far this week. Top temperature expected today of 20 degrees Celsius, expected to be sunny throughout the afternoon. Just a light westerly breeze, maybe turning north to the northeast as we make our way through this final round. As we said, it's a very big tournament. $2 million total in prize money, $300,000 for the winner, and for one of the KLPGA stars, potentially Hee-Jong Lim, a win could seal a card to go full-time on next year's LPGA Tour, or in fact could take up a card immediately and play the last 2 events coming up in Florida as this season comes to an end in 2021 on the LPGA Tour. It is great to be back in Korea. We have so many stars of the game in attendance this week. 6 of the world's top 10, and there is the 18th green waiting for our final groups to come around today, where all the drama happened 2 years ago here between Hana Jang and Danielle Kang, who was once again very much in the mix here on day 4 in Busan. Ewan, great to be alongside you for what should be a very exciting day.
Yes, absolutely, Warren, as we take a look at the feature groups today in the final round. Arya Jutanagan starting her round at 8 under par, Ju Young Pak at 8 under par, and Han Sol-ji at 7 under par.
The West Australian Hannah Green is there at -9, needs a low score today to be in the mix. Jennifer Song also in that group with A. Lim Kim.
Da Yeon Lee, a great finish to her 3rd round. She's playing alongside Hee Young Park and Lydia Ko.
One of the stars of the tour is Inji Chun, Alison Lee and Moria Jutanagan there as well. The second last group features 3 in-form players.
Yes, Hye-Ran Yu, Danielle Kang and Min-ji Lee.
And our final group, there is the leader, Hee-Jong Lim, 21 years of age, looking for a victory which will catapult her potentially onto the LPGA Tour. She says that is her mission, playing alongside one of her heroes today in Jin Young Ko, and also another of the domestic Korean players in Na Rin Ah. We find ourselves with our live coverage beginning at the par 3-6, and here is Hee-Jong Lim, Kate, who has made 5 straight pars to begin her final round.
Well, it's been screaming consistency for Hee-Jong Lim. Catch me if you can, the overnight leader by 4. This is another opportunity, and this time she's taken full advantage. It's the first birdie of the day. There's players lining up behind her, though. It's not going to be easy with the world-class field stacked just behind her, only a couple of shots back, but she's looking very calm and composed.
Well, she is known as the Stone Buddha, and her ball striking has been absolutely phenomenal the first 3 days. She's only missed 1 fairway, 6 greens in regulation. She hasn't had a bogey through 60 holes of this championship. And Na Rin An, Warren, great start to her final round.
Giving herself a chance here by moving to 16 under par. Another good look at birdie. Loves to leave the flag in and made plenty yesterday with that method. This one just sliding past the right edge, so it'll be a regulation par 3 at the downhill Island Green 6th. But it is very much game on Jin Young Ko already 3 under through her round. Narin Ahn a couple under par as well to be at 16 under. Hee Jong Lim just giving herself a little bit of breathing room as they head towards the par 4 7th.
The sizzling player on the golf course this morning. Birdies on 2, 3 and 4. She is the world number 2, Jin Young Ko. This to stay at 17 under, just 1 off the pace.
No trouble there for Ko, as you mentioned, Kate.
I didn't think
Number 2 in the Rolex rankings behind Nelly Korda. And very much in with a chance here today. Hot start has her on the heels of Hee Jong Lim as we go ahead to In-Ji Chung.
Uphill par 4 7th hole. In-Ji Chung 3 under on the round through 6 holes. This is a par putt though, 12 feet. Moving a little bit to her left. Didn't move. Well, she was only 3 strokes behind our leader, Hee Jong Lim, standing on the tee, now 5 behind.
Just a light smattering of clouds around the area here, just beyond the East China Sea. We're only about a kilometre or so from the water. Most bogey-free rounds this season. In-Ji Chung leads the way with 11. Paddy Tavatanakit, having this week off, has 8 with Lydia Ko, Danielle Kang, Lexi Thompson, also not here this week. Leona Maguire there with Shi Yu Lin, also 7 times this season. They've gone bogey-free. Today, our leader, Hee Jong Lim, has tried to make it 4 in 4 rounds here to put herself in some pretty good company as well for players who have done that. The most recent, of course, was the player she's playing with today in Jin Young Ko, who went 114 holes at one stage back in 2019, including a victory bogey-free. That's an amazing streak.
Isn't it ever? She actually surpassed Tiger Woods' world record of 110 holes with that statistic. So you go 114 holes without dropping a shot, you're obviously going to put yourself in contention quite a bit, which she has done.
And here we are on the tee of the par 4 7th. Number of holes around this Reece Jones designed layout, bending from right to left, and a slight dogleg here. Been a driving exhibition along with everything else from our leader Hee Jong Lim so far this week.
Well, we just touched upon it at the top of our broadcast, Warren. In her statistics, you would almost go as far as saying it's not only world class, it could be as good a statistics as we've seen in the history of the game of golf, only missing 1 fairway, 6 greens, 100% out of the bunkers and 28 putts per round as we look at the 7th hole from above, Kate.
Yeah, it's just, you couldn't write them better, could you? I mean, I suppose the only consolation is she's missed 1 fairway that gives the chasing pack some hope, but she's had a good drive up here on 7. And where the pin is today, it's on that front right-hand corner, so it's only 8 paces on. So if you can take it down the left side of fraction, that will open up the approach and there's a better angle from which to attack.
Unfortunately, no fans in attendance this week. There's a handful of people, corporate connections, who are on the course, but it's very much just a handful as Jin Young Ko stands over this tee shot at 7. Of course, the COVID-19 pandemic still affecting sport right around the world, but it's great to be in action once again here in Korea. Reaches for the tee, that one down the left-hand side, no problem there for Jin Young Ko. It is fascinating seeing Hee Jong Lim playing alongside Jin Young Ko today. Jin Young Ko, as we mentioned, the CP Women's Open back in 2019, managed to go to 72 holes without making a bogey. Going back to 1998, Meg Mallon did that. Jackie Gallagher-Smith in 1999. The great Annika Sorenstam herself in 2003. Inbee Park did it in 2015. Sunju Ahn also in 2015 at the Toto Women's Japan Classic as well. It is rarefied company she's keeping at this point in time, our leader, Hee Jong Lim. Here's Min-Ji Lee.
Down the slope for birdie at the 7th. Hit the hole. Settle down. Greens are quickening on this Sunday afternoon. Perfect conditions. Hardly a zephyr of breeze. Min-Ji Lee. Got to think, when she won the Amundi Evian Championship, she came from 7 behind in the final round to win in a sudden death playoff. She's currently 12 under. The pace is 19, so she is 7 shots behind, but running out of holes. So going to take a miracle, but we know what a game she has, Min-Ji.
It has been something of the year of the comeback year.
Yeah, 5 LPGA winners this season have trailed by 4 or more shots entering the final round. And remember, Hee Jong Lim did take a 4-stroke lead into this final round. Hey Ran Yu. Remember yesterday playing the 15th hole, she was 8 under par for the round, 16 under for the tournament, on her way to a potential course record, and struggled coming in. And that's her first birdie since the 14th hole yesterday to get to 14 under par, but currently trailing by 5 strokes.
Seems to be her range. The longer the putt, the more she likes it.
Twice from off the green yesterday. It was an incredible display with the flat stick.
Now coming back up the hill here for par, Min-Ji Lee. There's a nice confident stroke from long range to salvage her par. Playing alongside Danielle Kang. A bit warmer today, as we said. Top of around about 19 or 20 degrees Celsius. A number of players in skirts early on in the week, especially in round 1. It was wet, cool, cold in fact. Very gloomy on day 1. Tough, trying conditions for all of the players. They got around in fine style, in particular Narin Ahn. A fine of 64. Not without her chances coming into this final round at Danielle Kang. It'll be some sort of back 9 though. Here she is 5 shots back, trying to at least emulate what she did last year by tying for the lead after 72 holes and then beaten in that 3-hole playoff as it turned out against Hana Jiang.
Well, remember they finished the tournament in 2019 at 19 under par. That is the tournament record, and that's where Hee Jong Lim stands right now. So well on her way to breaking or perhaps shattering that record as we look at Na Rin Ahn playing a second shot up the hill off an uphill lie into 7. What a golf shot. Already a couple under par on her round, Kate, and a great chance there for another one.
Wow, looking for her 3rd win on the KLPGA Tour. Would be the first one on the LPGA. This player, though, no huge amount of experience when it comes to picking up tournaments around the world. 21 in total, 10 of those on the LPGA Tour. And she's going about it just the right way in this final round. 2 back. Oh, how good is that?
A couple of rangefinders there for Hee Jong Lim to contemplate. Here she is, 19 under, 2 clear of Jin Young Ko. Narin Ahn, 1 back. It's our final group, and they are the 3 leaders respectively. Good distance once again, getting closer all the time. Another look for birdie coming up for our leader by 2 in Hee Jong Lim, who going back to last week's event on the Korean LPGA Tour was bogey-free for the last 15 holes of that event in round 4. Here she is now through almost 3.5 rounds this week. It's an amazing streak she has going. And the tournament scoring records, well, they now belong, there's 4 of them there, tied at 64. With Danielle Kang, Narin An, Jin Young Ko and Han Sol Ji. Again yesterday, adding a 64 to the tally. 36-hole record belongs at 133, Narin An and Hee Jong Lim. 54 holes, of course, Hee Jong Lim now. Ended the day at 18 under par. 72 holes, well, we dare say, the 269 of Han Ah Jang and Danielle Kang, as you mentioned, Ewan, will be eclipsed, you would think, here this afternoon.
You would think so, and I mean, it's just hard to see Hee Jong Lim or Jin Young Ko putting a foot wrong at the moment. Both of them just playing so well, all facets of their game on song.
From across the green at the 8th hole, Moria Jatanagan. Outside chance of a birdie would move her to 10 under.
"17 birdies and an eagle."
Wait.
Sorry, Kate. 17 birdies and an eagle over the first 54 holes for Moria Jatanagan. A little bit of a roller coaster, but a couple over par here in the final round. It's been a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, she's going to be too far back to walk away with the trophy. She's had so many top 10 finishes. Very consistent. You've got to feel she'd love a few more wins on her resume. 1 so far on the LPGA Tour. This player looking for her first win. Alison Lee from the States. Would have got a read off Moria's putt.
Speaking of top 10s, Kate, hard to believe that... Oh, great try from Alison Lee. It's hard to believe she has not recorded a top 10 on the LPGA Tour since 2016, Alison Lee.
Yeah, a player who had so much promise, and she won Q-School back in 2014, and the world was her oyster. Qualified for the Solheim Cup based on her world ranking. Really got world attention, but since then hasn't delivered as much as we hoped that she would.
For birdie, Hee Jong Lim having just made her first of the day at the par 3 6th. Fairly straight putt this, maybe a touch of right to left. Oh, just blazed it through the break, some distance as well. That was a confident looking stroke, but now she has maybe 4.5 feet coming back for par.
Well, she's missed a couple of putts inside 8 feet for birdie already today, but knocking it that far past, it shows that she is very confident. She's hitting them with authority.
Well, the bogey-free streak will be tested in a few moments' time. We'll take a look here in the meantime at In Ji Chun. Resplendent today. Pink skirt, the bow tie again. She's a fashionista, if ever there was one on the LPGA Tour.
Yeah, it's quite the look. Very elegant indeed. Not many players can carry off a bow tie, but Inji can. Can she make birdie to move to 15 under?
Couldn't keep pace
Well,
yesterday in
highest
round
3
3,
in the
Kate,
world.
with the rest of the field who are doing great things. She shot just the 70, 2 under par to be 12 under with 18 holes to play as we head back over here to 7 and Jin Young Ko.
Never in doubt. God, her stroke is so good, closing the gap to just 1. Look at that scorecard as well. 4 under through 7 holes. She's not going anywhere.
Winner 2 weeks ago at the Founders Cup. A win today would make it 4 victories in her last 7 tournaments, which is as hot as it gets in golf.
Yeah, and she's projected to move ahead of Nelly Korda in the Rolex rankings to world #1 as well. And she said she's not thinking about it. It's hard not to, but given all she's achieved in the game, I think that it's a very realistic proposition. As Na Rina, and she moves to 17 under par. Wow, it's a lot of pressure here, Warren, on Hee Jong Lim. She hasn't put a foot wrong, but all of a sudden the complexion has completely changed.
Now it's a race in 3, and they're playing with each other in the final group. Na Rin-ah, Jin Young Ko, and this lady, Hee Jong Lim, who has this for par to make the streak of bogey-free holes 76. Absolutely dead center, rock solid, perfect.
Well, she hasn't dropped a shot. She's made a birdie. She started 4 ahead, but that lead has diminished to only 1 stroke. She looks pretty cool, though.
Go up to the par 5 ninth. A. Lim Kim chipping off the back right corner. As it was yesterday, this green reachable in 2 for the longer hitters in the field, and A. Lim Kim is certainly amongst them, and that was very deftly managed. She'll tap in for a par here at the 9th.
Last year's US Women's Open champion. What a barnstorming finish there, birdieing the last 3 holes of the championship to win on debut.
Yes, on slick greens at the Champions Club in Texas last December. That was an incredible finish to leapfrog Amy Olsen and indeed Jin Young Ko to take out the US Open, playing in her first major as it was, and she wins at the first attempt. Welcome to big time golf.
I think the last person to have done that was Keegan Bradley back in 2011 at the PGA Championship. It doesn't happen too often.
Now Hannah Green playing alongside Jennifer Song and A. Lim Kim, Kate.
Yeah, it's a good 3-ball this one. Hannah Green, a nice chance for the Australian. Oh, just goes begging. Currently 8 under for the championship, too far back. That's a lucrative prize fund this week. $2 million, and it all helps with those points for the all-important CME Group Tour Championship in a couple of weeks.
Open with a bogey. Yeah, she certainly could. 8 straight pars beyond that. And she has the Aon Risk Reward Challenge hole coming up on the 11th. She is the leader in that particular category with only a couple of events to play beyond this. Here is Danielle Kang. Second at 8, right on line.
It's been the 3rd hardest hole this week. The 8, she really struggled with her iron play yesterday, Danielle Kang, but hit a couple of good ones in the last few holes and looks to be a little more on song today.
Even better approach from Hei Ran Yu. So she can go back to back, having just made birdie at 7.
Min-Ji Lee. Similar pre-shot routine we've become accustomed to seeing over the years. What a player. She won qualifying for the LPGA Tour with Alison Lee back in 2014. An amazing amateur. This is her approach to the 8th. Only one of the best ball strikers on tour. It's going to be quite a quick putt from that position.
Well, ahead to 9. Par 5, uphill second shot. Three-time winner on tour, Hee Young Park. Just can't quite get home in 2 this afternoon. But a good angle to that pin pretty much on top of a ridge that runs through the middle of the 9th green here. It's no bargain to get it close with your 3rd, and that will be a delicate little pitch there for Jin Young Ko. Let's take a look at this second of the par 5s on the front 9, Kate.
That was the easiest hole yesterday, the 9th. We saw a handful of eagles, a few players being able to get home in 2. Slightly uphill with the drive. Cut too much, you can get right at that cart path and have a difficult second shot in, but a good drive. Lay up either there if you don't feel you're going to get on in 2, but then we've seen a number of players, including A. Lim Kim just a few moments ago, being able to conjure up the distance. Hole is located today is smack bang in the middle of the green. Certainly a hole you'll be a bit frustrated walking away with a par, happy with a birdie and mighty pleased with an eagle, because it's possible today.
We'll see a few more pins located like that on a couple of ridges around some greens in the back 9 as well. Should be a fun last 10 or so holes here this afternoon at the BMW Ladies Championship. Alison Lee.
She has a lot of speed through the ball, Alison Lee. Been in good form coming in here, tied for 13th in a previous start at the Founders. She was a winner earlier this year at the Aramco Series in Spain on the Ladies European Tour. Take a look at her swing. I said she's got a lot of speed. That is a wonderful backswing. Loads into that right side. Beautiful shoulder turn. Uses the ground beautifully coming down. Stays behind the ball. Wonderful extension. Beautiful balance on the follow through. And dare I say it, another fabulous swing out here on the LPGA Tour.
Well, this one goes okay as well. In Chum.
Well, Kate, this is about as good as it gets, this golf swing, and I'm talking anyone in the world.
Yeah, it's technically so sound. It's a great rhythm, good tempo. And I think that a lot of the Koreans, that we've spoken about this week, why are they so good technically? Because when they first start, they don't go out onto the golf course. It's an expensive sport to play, so they spend a lot of time on the range for the first couple of years. So a huge amount of attention is placed on their technique.
Yeah, In Chan mentioned just how good a golf swing that she has. I mean, technically, it really is about as good as it gets. I mean, I keep saying over the first 3 days I would not like to be her coach, because you'd be clutching at straws trying to find something wrong with that. It's such a beautifully stylish, balanced finish as well.
We'll go back to 8. Min Lee, long and right. Don't often see players long and right, do you? The shot dispersion, usually long left, short right. Way to knock it so far past the flag. Must have been a missed club for her. And her approach here at 8. Not a bad effort for birdie. She'll tap that in to make par and stay some distance behind our leader, Jong Lim, who's out in front by 1 at 19 under. Lee stays some 7 shots back.
Danielle Kang, her playing partner. Danielle on 14 under par. Always gives herself looks at birdie. Needs to convert a few more.
Perhaps paralysed by the line and forgot to hit it.
She's made so many good long par saves the last couple of days, but she's missed a lot of great birdie opportunities.
Sometimes you just get so focused on the line, if you're not entirely convinced, you think, trying to convince yourself that yes, it's just outside right, and you're so focused on the line you just forget about the speed. Hey, Ron, you
Birdied this hole yesterday. Quant today.
Green's rolling about 11.5 to 12 feet again on the stim. Single cut. rolled again this morning before round 4, and they have been in very good condition throughout the week after what was a cold, wet start on Thursday in round 1.
Oh, it's a birdie for Arya Jutanagan. What a great player and what a great scorecard today. All those threes on the scorecard. 5 birdies so far through 10 holes. Winner this year with her sister, the Dow Great Lakes Invitational.
What a round yesterday from Han Sol-ji, 64, equal course record. Unfortunately hasn't been able to keep that pace going today. Even par on the round. Well done there at 10. I believe that was for a par. No, that was for a birdie. Back-to-back birdies to get it to a couple under par on the round.
As we approach the middle stages of this final round of the BMW Ladies Championship from the LPGA International Busan, Hee Jeong Lim leads by 1 to Jin Young Ko. Narin An, another of the regulars on the LPGA Tour, they're right in the hunt at the moment. Then it's a 3-shot gap to Hairan Yu, Danielle Kang and In-Ji Chun. There have to be some fireworks from one of those 3 there to factor in the finish here this afternoon. Ji Hyun Oh is also there, having a terrific week. Lydia Ko, who opened with a 73 in round 1, made a triple bogey 8 at the par 5 9th, but from that point on, she has been as impressive as anybody in the field. No surprise there, of course, playing back again in Korea once more. As Narin An has approached the par 4 8th. There is the short right shot we were talking about before.
Not a difficult chip shot from there, but she won't be pleased with that approach. It's a tough second shot here into 8 up the hill. Unusual there from Jin Young Ko, taking a practice swing in front of the ball, trying to get a feel for the slope that she'll be facing here. Important to take an extra club up the hill. 73, she has a 5-iron in hand. A stock little draw in there. Well done. It's where you want to be putting from, Kate, up the hill.
It's been one of the hardest holes all week, but once again keeps putting herself in position. It's a really strong start, putting a huge amount of pressure on Hee Jeong Lim. Ko, 4 under par for the round and a good chance on this hole. What can Hee Jeong Lim conjure up now?
A pretty fair response. Jin Young Ko can do no more than what she's done so far through the opening 7 holes. She's 4 under today to be 18 under for the tournament, but Hee Jeong Lim, her nickname here in Korea, Stone Buddha. She has been a Stone Buddha, very serene and rock-like again through the front 9 to this point. Lydia Ko, mystified by that putt. Boy, that broke off the map very early.
Certainly did. There was more Warren Smith than Lydia Ko about that putt.
You've seen me play recently, have you? Real shame there, but perhaps an example of that. Saying that pin position today on 9, on top of the ridge there, and I think we saw an example of that. That was a massively bending putt. Lydia Ko certainly didn't read that amount of break into it. Here's the green for the likes of In-Ji Chun, Alison Lee and Moria Jatanaga.
Don't get too cute. You got the small light and just to the left of it, I think. Okay. That's all. Don't overthink it.
It's interesting hearing from Dean Herden, who I had a chat with last night. That's G's caddy, who you just saw then, big cuddly Dean. He was saying she's not making the most of the par fives. You can see he just said then, don't overthink it. So take dead aim, Ingy. Commit.
Well, she did make an eagle here yesterday.
That might be an easy bunker shot. Fairway below the level of the green there, with again that pin perched on top of the ridge that runs straight down back through the middle of the green. Head back to 8 and Narin Ahn.
Errant approach for Narin Ahn, looking to recover. That's going to run up nicely. Tap in for a 4 for Narin Ahn. She's currently 2 behind, 3 under today.
Now Alison Lee. Second here at the par 5 with an iron in hand. It's a big tee shot.
Advantageous to be coming in with an iron. She can get a little more elevation on the ball, carry that front bunker and stop it on the putting surface. You can see that ball rolling to the left there. That's going to be an uphill putt up the spine, but an excellent shot from Alison Lee.
Let's head back to our leader, Hee Jong Lim. One clear of Jin Young Ko. This for birdie at the 8th.
Would have had a good look at Narin Ahn's chip as it released towards the hole. Move a little bit to her left in the first half of the putt. Wasn't the best effort, but you walk off here with par. Wouldn't be too disappointing.
That will make it 77 on the trot without bogey. It's a mind-blowing number. Jin Young Ko 2 years ago reeled off 114 straight holes without bogey. Here again, another streak so soon, just a couple of years later, 77 in a row from Hee Jong Lim. Of course, 15 of those coming in her last event on the Korean LPGA Tour. And bogey free here this week through 8. Now Jin Young Ko.
This to keep Hee Jong Lim company at the top of the leaderboard. Wow, she looks so comfortable out on the golf course. She really is showing total focus and that concentration that she's got, able to compartmentalize when she's about to play the shot, complete and utter trust in her game.
So we are tied at the top. Hee Jong Lim and Jin Young Ko both now at 19 under with 10 holes to play here in Busan, Korea. Narin Ahn taps in for her par. She stays 2 back, and what a race this is to the finish line here on
for the championship as well.
84 players in the field this week in the BMW Ladies Championship, second instalment of this event after we had a break last year with everybody affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. It's great to be back seeing the best in the world in action. Here is In-Ji Chun, who found the bunker, and as you can see, some 6 feet below the level of the green itself.
Well, this is much more difficult than it looks. It's on an uphill lie, so it's very easy to catch the ball a little heavy out of the heavy sand. But if she's a little bit left or a little bit right with this, it'll trickle all the way down the slope the other side. That is an excellent shot.
Give herself a look at an uphill birdie putt coming up as a multiple major winner.
I wonder if Dina Caddy was being a bit harsh, saying he was making a little bit too much work of the par fives. As you said, she made an eagle here yesterday, has birdied a couple others, but we know how difficult that par 5 15th can be. It's the hardest hole on the golf course yesterday, which is surprising. Those tough stretch of holes, which the players will come to in an hour and a half's time or so.
She's played 13 par 5s so far on the week and is 7 under for them. It's a respectable tally, helped out, of course, by the eagle yesterday.
Have to have another word with Dean.
He's a tough marker. Now Alison Lee, this for a 3. You said how tough that putt was going to be, Ewan. It's uphill and then really sliding across the spine through the middle of the green there, downhill. Chance to, well, almost be a stone Buddha pose, I guess. The player nicknamed that. Hee Jong Lim, joined by Jin Young Ko. There they are, the two leaders, just having a fairly convivial chat back on the tee at the par 5 9th.
Yeah, you would never know there's so much at stake, would you? I mean, Jin Young Ko, she has just been setting the world on fire in recent times. A lot more really at stake for Hee Jong Lim here today, trying to play away onto the LPGA Tour.
Uphill birdie putt for In-Ji Chun. Not a lot of break in this. Just ebbs away from her at the hole. Number 5 here today, given that certainly those in the final few groups can get home in 2. That will feel like a drop shot.
Well, a couple under par on the front 9 is a very good score, but you've got to think that she needs to shoot 30 on the back 9 to have any sort of chance at all.
That look there showed you what she thinks of a missed opportunity. Alison Lee got a look at that. Firm in the back of the cup will take the break out of it. Start left lip and let the break do the rest. A nice 2-putt birdie for Alison Lee, the tall American here at the par 5 9. She's birdied both of the par 5s on the front 9 at 13 under. 6 back. Not without a chance, but there'll need to be some fireworks and a couple of calamities, I would imagine, to our leaders for Lee to be a winner here today.
Well, it was a frustrating start for Min-Ji Lee. She had a double bogey on the opening hole. Birdies on 3 and 4. We'll come back to Min-Ji. I think it's now time to pull the trigger. These two chatting up a storm. John Lim, the leader overnight, and it's going to be interesting, isn't it, how she's going to cope with that lead. Wasn't comfortable, people chasing her down, she said she was going to feel the pressure.
Maria Jatanaga also Up from close range there for a birdie, her first of the front 9. Bogeys at 2 and also 5 to be at 10 under for the tournament. Clears the green for our second last group here in round 4. Hairan Yu, Daniel Kang and Min Ji Lee. It's the Australian who'll be first to play, blocked out by the hill on the left-hand side, so won't be able to see the flag from here.
Not far away from where Inji Chun was. That flag is just to the left of the TV tower you can see up there. The miss to the right is the preferred miss. Flew it on the putting surface and that will roll just over. That's not too bad. That's a pretty straightforward pitch from there.
Foxy hunting today for a victory is Hee Jeong Lim. I dare say she's not game to ask Jin Young Ko about, well, you know, should I win today? Where should I live and how should I base myself? Where's a good hub for flights and planning away maybe for an LPGA Tour campaign in 2022. There's a bit to be done between now and the clubhouse for all of that to happen. Hairan Yu unleashing with her second here at the par 5.
Well, she's much closer to the hole than Min Ji Lee, but she's going to have a much more awkward chip.
Daniel Kang, ball well above her feet. So gripping down the club, will go right to left. Is it able to chase up there? Oh yes, it is, but it's going to fly coming out of that rough. That will test even her exemplary short game skills.
Yeah, she put on a bit of a clinic yesterday in round 3. An audacious up and down off a downslope on the side of a bunker at the par 5 11th. That was remarkable to watch. See what you can do there with an awkward one coming up here at the 9th. It clears the fairway for our final group and our co-leaders Jin Young Ko and Hee Jeong Lim.
That's a great drive by Jin Young Ko. You've got to wonder how Hee Jeong Lim is feeling. She had the lead by 4. That has now completely disappeared. Now level pegging, both on 19 under, and the momentum is firmly with Jin Young Ko. As we have a look at her swing in slow-mo, she is in cruise control on autopilot around this golf course.
Narin Ahn, one of the straightest hitters on the KLPGA Tour. Beautiful tee shot there. Perhaps Hee Jeong Lim was saying to Jin Young Ko, what would you do in this situation? I started 4 ahead, back to square. How do you handle this?
We'll take a look at the swing here of Narin Ahn. Well, she was in this situation yesterday in round 3 where she jumped out to a 4-shot lead pretty early on, Hee Jeong Lim, and then was caught. Remember, Hairan Yu, who at one stage was 8 under through 13 holes, joined her at 14 under par. Then she was able to hold her nerve and go on with the job while Yu just lost the plot a little bit at 15 and threw in a double bogey. She handled that pressure well yesterday, and here she is again today. And skirting the right rough, this will feed back onto the fairway. Another stat for our leader, Hee Jeong Lim.
And a big hit as well, 25 yards past her playing partners. That is a golf swing. Yeah, it's incredible. Here it is. Look at this. Just beautiful backswing, loading into the right-hand side, drives with the lower half, stays behind it. Incredible extension. You actually get a better idea from the camera angle behind of just how on plane that golf swing is as well. It's just hard to see her putting a foot wrong. It's hard to see her hitting a bad shot, in fact, with that golf swing.
It'll be interesting to see how she compares to the likes of Yuka Sasso, of course, this year's US Open champion. Paddy Tavatanakit, another long hitter on tour. You can get it out there. We've seen that over 4 days now. This is awkward for Danielle Kankate.
It certainly is, because it's going to come off a little shoulder. There's a slope left to right when she hits the putting surface. So the key is where she's going to land this ball. Is she going to float it up in the air, get it to land softly, and it trundle out towards the hole? She's going to visualize this shot. Pick a spot where she wants it to land. She is a magician with this club.
That umbrella's really bugging me. Sorry.
Stand still, please.
It's okay, it's okay. It's just that umbrella. I'm good. Thanks.
Hard to do a lot better than that, but look, just feeding off that spine now. It finishes up around about 18 feet from the flag. That shows you just how tough a shot that was.
Go to the easiest hole on the golf course, A. Lim Kim. This is her approach. Par 5, the Aon Risk Reward Challenge. Brilliant. Eagle opportunity for the former US Open champion.
Promises to be a pivotal hole once again on the back nine as our leaders make their way there. Let's go to Lydia Ko. This for birdie at 10. Another couple on the way in, on track for a top 5 finish here. And tied 4th, is only one better than her at the moment. She stays there after that one, just lips out at -13. Another impressive week. So good to see Lydia back playing the golf we know she's more than capable of. To 9, Hey Run You.
Mentioned how tricky this chip was going to be. She's really got to land this in the fringe or perhaps just on the edge. If she hits it a bit too hard, it can easily go off the other side of the spine. That's going to go down towards Danielle Kang's ball.
From where she was standing, the highest point at the back of the green here at 9. It was all downhill from where she was. So they work out what they've got as far as their putts. There will be some tricky ones to come for this trio. Back down in the fairway, it'll be another weight. And I wonder how that's playing on the mind of Hee Jong Lim. At one stage, of course, coming into today's final round, led by 4. Now she has Jin Young Ko for company at 19 under. This 9th hole, 8 eagles so far this week, a 95 birdies, just the 10 bogeys and 1 double, playing pretty much a half a shot under par, which means one of every 2 players birdieing the hole in this BMW Ladies Championship. And over the last couple of days, there's been a lot more birdies than there were in rounds 1 and 2 after the tee was pushed up some 30 yards.
Uphill putt, moving a little bit to her right, Danielle Kang. Oh, goodness me, what an excellent roll.
It was a slow start yesterday in round 3 for Kang. Obviously made a bunch of birdies early on in rounds 1 and 2. And again today, just the one red figure on her front nine. Now you. The good part of this scenario is it's uphill. Saw we miss a couple of shortish ones at both 16 and 18 yesterday. From around about 10 feet. To get within 4 of our co-leaders.
Well, both Kang and Airan Yu, 1 birdie and 8 pars on the front side. Solid playing, but when you've got Ko and Lim running away with it 19 under par, they're both going to have to get moving on the backside.
Be chasing down some birdies, and Lim Kim would like to chase down an eagle here at the 11th through the green in 2. To go up and in would very much help her campaign when it comes to the Aon risk reward hole, which is what this hole is. But a little bit shy. That will be a tap in for a 4. We have an easy par 5 on the back 9, the 11th, and anything but when they get to the 15th hole. Very difficult. It was a difficult hole yesterday. Come back to that in a moment as Minji Lee has this chance. Real opportunity there. Take full advantage of it. 13 under.
Stumbled out up the gates, didn't she? Double bogey at the first. Back going in the right direction from that point on. This will be interesting here. Narin Ahn and both Jin Young Ko. A bit of work to do. Around about 225 yards for Jin Young Ko uphill to this par 5 ninth, about 230 for Narin Ahn. It's going to be fairway metal, you would think. Again, that pin just tucked behind the shoulder of the hill on the left-hand side, just to the left of the TV tower in the distance.
Well, this shot sets up beautifully for Narin Ahn. She hits the ball relatively high. She's on a little bit of an upslope and it calls for a draw. Which is exactly what she likes to do. So she can just start it to the slightly right of that mound, get it moving to the left. Don't think that one's scoring.
It's not such a bad play because we've seen the players who are long have really struggled to get up and down. Even the very best, Danielle Kang, we know how good she is when it comes to her short game. So it might not be such a bad play. Up the slope of the green. Well, let's come back now to Lim Kim. Through the green in 2, chip up, and this for a 4 for the American.
Would be her 3rd consecutive birdie as well, Kate.
It's a nice looking score that she's got going, 4 under for Well, that will be 4 under for the round today, 13 under for the championship. Real opportunity around the turn, 9, 10 and 11. Got to make the most of those holes.
Back over to 9, Jin Young Ko. 225 yards to the flag. Aiming right, trying to work this in from the right side of the bunker, front of the green. Posing with the finish, as always, with a great strike, and this could almost be the best shot we've seen to this par 5. There's an uphill putt coming up there for Eagle, and that's a pretty good spot to approach that flag today from.
Well, nothing's beyond the realms of possibility for Jin Young Ko, but if she were to roll that one in, that would be 29 on the front side.
It was going to take something special to catch Hee Jeong Lim, who busted it past both Ko and Ahn. Ooh, and finds the face of the bunker. As we've seen previously, that's a difficult up and down from there. So perhaps a turning point here as we close out the front 9. Jin Young Ko looking at Eagle, having found the green in 2, and our one-time leader by 4 overnight.
Of a future world number 1.
Well, most definitely. Most definitely. A player who's ranked 69 in the world. This is Na-Rin Ahn. Playing the par 5 the conventional way. Oh, well, that is a shame. Stuck on the slope. Poor shot. But Ahn, not what she wanted to do.
Might have been better served by a 9-iron or an 8-iron even there, and just get it running up the length of that green. You're
We had to be absolutely spot on using a sand wedge or a lob wedge, given that how much it was going to check up. And this is a very difficult bunker shot. It's not too dissimilar to what In-Ji Chun had, although In-Ji was more on an upslope.
Not quite the old chunk and run, but it had that feel about it. Coming up pretty much the slope of the spine there with her birdie putt to come, so a chance to move to 20 under par to be the first player to get there, but of course Jin Young Ko has an eagle putt coming up. Contact with the sand there, quite a distance behind the ball. Really coarse sand here in the par 72 layout of the LPGA International in Busan. Lends itself to that style of shot as In-Ji Chun has this for her second, the ball below her feet at the 10th.
Downhill par 4. Pin is back left-hand corner. Only 4 paces from the left-hand side, and that is terrific. She'll stride down, putter in hand. Opportunity for a free for In-Ji.
Speaking of chances for
Opportunity
threes.
for a 3 here as well.
This is Jin Young Ko, co-leader. To smash it up the hill, and it flattens out on top of the ridge. What a good putt that was. Fantastic from Jin Young Ko. She will tap that in and move into the lead momentarily.
20 under par as well. No one's ever gotten to 20 under par in the BMW Ladies Championship.
And out in 30.
It was going to need something like that from somebody. And she is the player at the right time to do exactly that. 6 birdies, 3 pars, out in 30. She gets it to 20 under, 1 clear of Hee Jong Lim.
Lowest front nine score this week. The front nine's been averaging 35.3, so she's picked up over 5 shots on the field with that front nine score.
Wow, she's smashed it. Okay, well, Hee Jong Lim under pressure now. This is for birdie. It would be a sandy birdie, but wow, doesn't she need it? Jin Young Ko is cruising right now. The momentum is firmly with her.
Narin An, this for birdie. A co-leader at the halfway mark of this event, 11 under par with Hee Jong Lim. Again, see, they're going uphill here to begin with, and it flattens out around the hole. But it will be a 5 after a less than stellar pitch from just off the green. Stays at 17 under, 3 back. Very much still in the reckoning. Well, Hee Jong Lim has around about 12 feet, you would say, here for birdie. Fairly straight putt. Uphill as well. She's made plenty of these so far.
She certainly has 28 putts each of the first 3 rounds, but more importantly, she's been in the lead of this championship since around lunchtime on Friday. Yet to relinquish it. She really hasn't put a foot wrong today. Yes, she's missed a couple of opportunities from around 7 or 8 feet, but she's played pretty flawlessly. Hasn't dropped a shot, as Warren said, all week long. And if she doesn't hold this, it'll be an outright lead to Jin Young Ko at 20 under par, entering the back 9. Big putt.
Hasn't birdied this hole through the first 3 rounds. A chance to rectify that stat right here. Good stroke. What a putt. Just eating up the pressure is he, Jong Lim. She stays tied for the lead with Jin Young Ko. The whips are cracking as we head for home in the back 9 here on Sunday.
Well, after an exquisite approach on the 10th hole, leaving the flagstick in, Inji Chun has this to go to 15 under. Yeah, well played. 5 back, gonna need some fireworks on this back 9 if she's gonna be in the reckoning, but out of 34, good birdie on 10, playing nicely. Remember, she's been as high as 3 in the world. That was after her first major win at the US Open Championship all those years ago. This player's won a couple of majors as well. Lydia Ko, 16-time winner on tour. Here she is at the 11th.
Not an easy lie either, Kate. It's on a little bit of a downslope and the green is elevated slightly, so very difficult to land it on the green and stop it on the putting surface. But what a golf shot this is for Lydia Ko. Come on, Albatross. That is a brilliant shot and an eagle putt to get to 15 under par.
We'll head back to the downhill par 4 10th, Danielle Kang. Very handsy through the ball with her approach. Can't get it back over that knoll between her ball and the flag now. It'll be an awkward putt coming up. Uphill, bending a long way left to right there. The club's somewhat stuck behind it a little bit yesterday as well a couple of times. Trying to save that one. Couldn't quite get it back pin high. Hey, run you. Nice shot there. Hit about 12 feet. Trying to keep herself in with a slight chance here on the back 9. G Lee, ball below her feet, slightly downhill stance as well. Not an easy one, this, with the pin tucked on the left-hand side.
No, big tee shot though. She's a wonderful iron player, Minjee Lee. She too only missed 6 greens in regulation the first 3 days. Excellent golf shot.
Did I say it wasn't going to be easy? Oh, what an iron player she is. Came from 7 back to win the Evian this year. The biggest come from behind victory on the LPGA Tour in 2021, and for a major no less. Here is A-Lim Kim.
Birdie opportunity for A-Lim Kim. We're under for the round today. This is at the 12th. Coming up a fraction shy. Still a solid performance from Kim. Win at the US Open, played most of her golf in the States and says she feels really quite comfortable coming home to South Korea, birthplace. Only for a week, then they're going back to Florida for the final 2 events on the LPGA Tour. It's the back 9. Jin Young Ko is flying around this golf course, out in 30 strokes, and she has the co-lead.
Let's take a look at what they have here, Kate. Yes, with the par 4 10th, downhill second shot, then the 11th has given up some birdies, plenty of them again today. 12 is difficult, as is 13 and 14. That's a really tough stretch through the middle part of the back 9. 15 playing well above its par also for a par 5. So if you can get through 12 through 15 and even par, you've done very well. Then there's some chances at 16, 17 and 18 to finish. With the driver, one of our co-leaders in Jin Young Ko. Bounding over the hill. This is massive. Do you think she's not fired up? A bit of adrenaline running through our co-leader.
We haven't seen too many players all the way down there on the flat on number 10, but she's gotten it all the way down there, Kate.
It was a huge drive. There's adrenaline coursing through her veins. It's inviting. It's an elevated tee, downhill par 4. Those bunkers, she just bisected those, weaved her way straight down the middle into a beautiful position for the approach. We've seen a couple of great shots in Ji Chun just a few moments ago, making a very good birdie.
Now we know Hee Jong Lim so far this week, certainly longer than Jin Young Ko. We'll see how it's affecting her at the moment. All this drama and action on Sunday. Looks as composed as ever. Nice even tempo on the swing. We'll bounce over the hill as well, but as you can see there, she'll have that downhill, side hill stance also.
Well, Jin Young Ko, she's hit that over 300 yards for sure, because as you said, Hee Jong Lim is a big hitter and she's 40 yards behind Jin Young Ko there.
Final player in this group, Narin An. She likes it, picks up the tee quickly.
That one digs its toes in slightly as it
really
hits
is great.
the hill there, but yeah, you can see that difference there. That's at least 30 yards, isn't it, between the ball of Jin Young Ko and also Hee Jong Lim. Danielle Kang, this for birdie at 10, up and over the shoulder of the hill there off the bunker. Downhill from this point. Feeding out, feeding out. Pretty good from there.
Yet to win in 2021, Danielle Kang. She's had 5 top 5s. She does know how to get the job done. 5-time winner on the LPGA Tour.
Take a look at Hannah Green. Our leader in the Aon Risk Award Challenge in 2021. And we'll stay there after this week as well, with 2 events remaining on the LPGA Tour season. Back-to-back birdies now to begin this second night. Been bouncing around the globe over the past 6 months or so, playing in the Tokyo Olympics. Here she is in Korea. She spent time home in Perth before the Olympics as well. Bit of everything for Hannah, the Globetrotter, in 2021.
Hey, Ryan Yu, 15 under par, couple under par on the round. 5 shots behind. Is it too far back? She's going to need a barnstorming finish. She's got a powerful game. But it's great to see the 20-year-old playing so well.
And clearly enjoying every moment, and rightly so. Making the most of these incredible opportunities to play on her home tour with the very best from the LPGA. And this is one of the very best players on the LPGA, Min-Ji Lee. Excellent putt there, very, very good 3. Back-to-back birdies, I should say, on 9 and 10, and a real opportunity lies at the easy par 5 11th.
Danielle Kang. 3 feet here for par at 10. Different stages over the first couple of days, rounds of 66 and 68 and rounds 1 and 2. I thought, well, she'll be a factor here again after being so close to coming up with a win at this event 2 years ago, beaten in extra holes by Hana Jiang, but doesn't look to be her week here this week, despite an impressive performance once again in Korea for Danielle Kang, who has, of course, such Korean heritage. Here's Lydia Ko for eagle at 11.
Left to right, breaking putt. Got to put it at least a couple of inches outside the hole. Oh, she's just hit a little bit too firmly through the break. It could have been, as you said, Warren, apart from that snowman on the 9th on Thursday, 14 under par for the tournament.
If we give her a par at 9 back on Thursday, she's 17 under, right there with Narin Ahn, and still a factor in the tournament given the way she can reel off birdie after birdie at times. It'll be a tap in though for a 4 at the 11th after, well, in running we thought her second shot was a chance of going in there at 11. She makes a 4. Jin Young Ko and Hee Jong Lim tied together at 20 under par. They're standing in the 10th fairway as we speak. Narin Ahn and Hee Jong Lim be first to play, while Jin Young Ko, who just monstered one over the hill, will have, well, maybe nothing more than a sand wedge in hand for her second there at the opening hole on the back 9. This is Narin Ahn, her second at 10. Pitching into the mound, now racing down the slope. That's a terrific result.
She needs that to stay within sight of the lead. She's 3 behind her playing partners, Jin Young Ko and Hee Jong Lim. Come back to them in just a moment, because also looking pretty on the golf course is In Ji Chun at 11.
Getting home today with nothing more than iron in hand. Was playing back into the northerly on Friday in round 2. It's a different prospect here today with the tee being moved up as well. One of our co-leaders, Hee Jong Lim at -20. Trying to put one in close to put a bit of pressure on Jin Young Ko.
Well, we've seen some excellent shots in here, and it really is an awkward shot. Ball below the stance. This one was sitting down a little bit as well. Hee Jong Lim taking it straight over the flag. And although that's just on the fringe, it's still a very makeable putt back up the hill.
You have to walk down 30 yards, though, to where Jin Young Ko's drive is.
The right side of the fairway, good angle as well to this pin tucked between a couple of high points. The back left corner. Almost no breeze to speak of. Just isn't a factor here on the back 9 on Sunday.
Just a gap wedge in hand. A perfect green light flag for Jin Young Ko, who hits a little bit of a draw. She's starting it out right at the flag. Is it coming back? She's not going to be too thrilled with that one.
Below expectations, that's for sure, given the angle, the stance she had compared to her playing partners. So outside birdie chances coming up for our co-leaders. We'll go one hole ahead to In Ji Chun, this for eagle at 11.
Awkward putt. First half of the putt coming slightly up the hill, and then it'll go down the other side. It's moving right early and then straightening out. Beautiful effort. That'll be back-to-back birdies for In Ji Chun. That'll get her to 16 under par and only 4 strokes behind.
And who knows? With a par 5 to come at 15. And after not being able to keep pace yesterday with Jin Young Ko and Hee Jong Lim, she might just set sail here on the back 9. Can't do any more than she's done so far, going birdie, birdie on 10 and 11. Alison Lee.
This is a fun putt. Look how fast this one is. We'll move a little bit to the left as it gets near the hole. Nicely done. 13 under par, sitting just outside the top 10 at the moment.
A big effort by the American-based players to fly to Korea this week, given the pandemic around the world, and of course spending the week in the bubble as well, back in the team's hotel. Can't enjoy the nightlife and all the sights and sounds of Busan, the port city here in the southeast corner of Korea. This one will just catch that swale short right of the green here at 11.
Yeah, that's not a bad miss for Danielle Kang. A fairly straightforward chip from down the bottom of the mound there. As we head back to 10, and Jin Young Ko for yet another birdie, or yet a little bit longer than she would have expected with just a gap wedge in hand.
Uphill for the first half of the putt, left to right overall, just affected by that shoulder midway along the green. It'll be a pretty good putt, and she will tap that in. Takes her par here at 10. There's the window ever so slightly open for Hee Jong Lim, who has a birdie putt coming up. It'll feel like a chance miss given the length of that tee shot. Crushed one over the hill. Here is Lim.
Not too much in this putt. Coming back slightly up the hill. Lost pace and died to the right. She's had a couple of relatively tentative putts, more tentative than the first couple of days, that's for sure. Hee Jong Lim today.
I thought she blazed one past the hole back on the 8th. Gave herself a bit of a tester, but she made that par putt, as she does right here. They stay locked together. 8 holes remaining, and you can't separate Hee Jong Lim and Jin Young Ko. Boy, she must be loving this. 21 years of age, on the big stage, with the world audience watching on, and she proves that she is more than capable of tussling with the best. Jin Young Ko, the number 2 in the world at the moment, playing side by side. They saw the back of the tee, back on 9 in particular. They were there for a long while, having a chat, really enjoying the occasion and each other's company. Looks like at this stage they're going to fight it out. Na in Arn, after terrific second shot, has this for birdie to close within 2. Mystified by that read. She thought it was dead straight. It took a little bit of break from right to left. So 3 4s for our final group here at 10. And we'll see what they can manage at the reachable par 5 coming up next at 11.
Well, they now jump to the 11th hole and join Danielle Kang. She had a very difficult up and down on the 9th, which was the previous par 5, but that was from a very different place above the hole. There's more green to work with here. Just have to hit it up over that slope. Have a good look at it there. This hole, it's there for the taking. Able to get home in 2.
Mentioned it yesterday, Kate, obviously how good a chipper she is, but she uses the bounce of the club so well. Of course she did that as soon as
There is the commentator's curse if you've ever seen it come into play. That's a real whiff.
But at least she's laughing as well.
Very unusual to see Danielle Kang do that.
Never, very, very rarely happens.
Well, this is the Aon Risk Reward Challenge hole. As we mentioned a little while ago, Hannah Green leads the charge for the $1 million bonus for the winner of the Aon Risk Reward Challenge. Each week, one hole is selected, which will count towards your score. And your two best scores on that hole for the tournament are the two that count. And Hannah Green has recorded 2 birdies, so she maintained her lead last year, or rather 2 years ago. This hole, the par 5 11th, averaged just under 4.5 scoring average, just above that through 3 rounds. But with the tee pushed up today, it snuck out again just under 4.5, with 1 in every 2 players birdieing the hole on average. You see 5 eagles, 144 birdies and 15 bogeys on the 11th so far. 11 and 15, the par 5s on the back 9. They will be pivotal in deciding who takes out the trophy here today. And it's Jin Young Ko with the honour on 11. Another beauty.
Okay, this hole 1 under par so far throughout the week. Jong Lim has birded it every single day.
Well, she's hit 49 of 50 fairways this week, which is absolutely phenomenal. And the one she missed was on this hole yesterday by about 2 feet to the right.
Watching this one closely. She isn't going to miss the fairway there today. She'll be able to get home in 2, as will Jin Young Ko.
She said yesterday, I'm not really used to missing the fairway. We've got used to seeing that as well. Quite brilliant. Talking of brilliant, Se Young Kim, a multiple winner on the LPGA Tour and a major champion. How about that?
That was pretty special, pitching in for eagle at this hole, the par 5, NG Chun. She almost replicated it again in drizzly conditions throughout round 1. She'll tap that in for a very comfortable 34 here at the par 5. Run new. This one on Friday afternoon in round 2. Big hitting Korean player, landing it on the front edge to a pin tuck on the right hand side. So you'll have that there for eagle. Couldn't make that putt for 3, but she tapped that in for a 4. So birdies and eagles to be had here on 11 this week. We'll see what happens between Hee Jong Lim and Jin Young Ko.
Yesterday, Min Ji Lee punting for eagle from well past the hole. Yeah, the Aon Risk Reward Challenge hole. It's been more reward this week than anything else. Plenty of birdies and eagles. Lee actually hit it in the water here on Friday, but got away with the par. Birdied it yesterday.
Bit of action on the ball there from Jin Young Ko yesterday afternoon on her way to firing in a 67 to put herself right there in the mix here on Sunday, and she would make this as well. Slightly down the hill to that front left pin position yesterday. She'd like a 4 today, but she'd be thinking potentially about 3, standing over her ball back in the fairway. There is our leaderboard the Aon Risk Reward Challenge through almost the entirety of the LPGA Tour season. Only the regulars on the LPGA Tour qualify for this particular score. Hannah Green is on top from Charlie Hull and Lexi Thompson. Lexi will be back in action at the Pelican Women's Championship in the second week of November back at Bel Air in Florida. And then the CME Group Tour Championship to follow at Naples also, the Tiburon Golf Club. Lydia Ko is there. Hyo Ju Kim also. Jessica Korda. And the host of players tied at 7, or rather tied for 7 at 0.75. So their average 0.75 under par for the 2 holes that count in the Aon Risk Reward Challenge hole at each and every event on the LPGA Tour season.
Hannah Green has birded the 11th hole every day of this week, so it has been a good outing for her. Will she hold on to that lead? $1 million at stake is huge outside of competitive golf, 1 hole each week.
Especially, Kate, when you consider that the winner this week in a $2 million US event earns $300,000. It's like winning 3 times on tour to take out the Aon Risk Reward Challenge.
And another great initiative the LPGA do as well is top 10s. Most top 10s, the player with the most top 10s in a season earns a $100,000 bonus. And so far this year, believe it or not, it's Jin Young Ko with 10. And it looks to be 11 again after this week. What a putt here, Danielle Kang. Couldn't be, could it? Excellent try, but it's going to be very disappointing to walk away from this Aon Risk Reward Challenge par 5 11th hole with a par, especially 6 strokes behind the lead.
You'll have to mark that one down for Danielle Kang. I think we'll go a long time before we see her fluff a chip like that in the future. Bit of a wry smile as she walks off the green and heads towards the difficult part of the course, 12 through 15. And beside the green to this back left pin position, Hye-Ran Yu.
This is lightning. Really only got to get it 2 or 3 feet onto the putting surface. Gravity will take over from there. Moving to her left as well.
Given what we saw yesterday, this is her range. Bending, bending. Oh, she had another good look at making another putt from off the green. Maybe that should be a prize throughout the course of the season as well. Most putts made from off the surface.
And she's already won that. A couple of brilliant approach shots into the 12th, In-Ji Chun. Coming off birdies at 10 and 11. This is how she did it, trying to make a run here on the back 9. Such an efficient golf swing and an excellent iron player. What a shot. The 12th, not an easy hole, and that's a tough flag. So that's going to be her 3rd consecutive birdie for In-Ji Chun. That'll get her to 17 under par and only 3 strokes behind the leaders.
We certainly can't rule her out. Those 3 birdies on the trot to 3 behind. We saw Hye-Ran Yu yesterday. She was 8 under par through 14 holes and then faltered down the stretch. You made a double bogey on 15 and then a disappointing finish. So it's not that straightforward, these closing stretch of holes. Really anything can happen.
Now, after only just missing with that attempt from off the green, Hye-Ran Yu here with a bit over 3 feet for birdie. This distance seemed to be her nemesis. Yesterday afternoon, missed one of about this range at 16, the par 3 after almost holing out, winning herself a brand new BMW. Solid stroke here though, and she does get down in 2 from just off the green. She's hanging around, and not without her chances at 16 under. Both her and In-Ji Chun. Maybe you could set a total and see what happens behind them. Min-Ji Lee.
What a fight back today from the Australian double bogey on the opening hole to drop back to 10 under par, and since then 5 birdies, 3 in a row now. She's at 15 under par, perhaps a little bit too far back, 5 shots, but great fighting spirit.
Alison Lee is 7 shots back, but this a chance to get to 14 under. Very nice indeed. Wow, she's striking the ball beautifully today.
She's 6 back from Jin Young Ko and Hee Jong Lim. They have their second still to come at the par 5 11th. Here just short of the green, so Ko and also Lim have already played. Reveal where they are in just a moment. Third shot here though. 3 behind, Arm going to work it off the shoulder, down towards the flag, needs to settle.
She changed her tactic. We saw on the 9th hole, the par 5, how she used that lob wedge and it got stuck on the slope. That was a bit more of a bump and run, trying to chase it out.
Looks as though Hee Jong Lim might have found the bunker. Jin Young Ko, as you can see, standing behind her ball just beyond the flag here. This is a tough shot now for Lim. She has the shoulder to work over. Ball on a steep upslope, an awkward stance as well. She's given herself a bit of a predicament here.
Yeah, it's a really tricky shot. I actually think that the upslope's going to be favourable in this position. She can get a little bit more height on it, a little bit more spin. She's got to land it on top of the ridge and let the slope take it down from there. But she's also got to be careful that she doesn't hit it heavy, because if she hits it heavy, it's going to come back down the slope to the front portion of the green.
That was a tough shot, and I think the result tells you all you need to know about just how difficult it was. Fairly short backswing though. I thought she might pick it up a bit more and really thump down close to the ball behind it and get that pitching up into the air and try and bring it down over the shoulder of the hump on that left-hand side that she was trying to fly it over. We thought she might try and fly it over. Worked away from the hole. For the first time today, some heavy contact, I guess you would say, out of the bunker for our co-leader. Here is Jin Young Ko, her third here at the par 5. Oh boy, that's a C minus.
Well, you could just, it was a pretty straightforward shot, but we got a glimpse at the golf ball there just before she hit it. There was a lot of grass just behind the ball, so it was very, very easy for a chunk shot to occur like that.
Finding the 3 best players in the field are struggling on what has been the easiest hole all week. So under pressure to make their birdies. And, well, Hee Jong Lim won't want to kick away that lead she spent 3 days constructing.
Let's see what In Ji Chun can manage here on the par 3 13th. Brand new BMW iX Drive S40 SUV. Up for grabs with a hole in one, 183 yards. It's playing at today. It's difficult, as it has been all week. Pin today up the back of the green. She is flushing them though. Suddenly this one getting closer all the time, and another birdie putt coming up. Looks determined to post a number.
Back at 12, Hey Run You. A couple of birdies. She's at 16 under par. And that is a really good shot. Good distance control. Looks like she needs to get it to 17 under par. This is the stretch of the golf course where she got it happening yesterday.
Let's join the action now. Back at the 11th, the par 5. Hee-jeong Lim, co-leader on 20 under, has this putt to move to 21 under. Remember, Jin Young Ko also on the same number with a birdie putt about 8 foot, much closer. So a very average par 5 for Hee-jeong Lim. She's birdied it every day up until this final Sunday. So the door is open now for Jin Young Ko to seize outright control of this tournament.
For the first time this week as well, Kate.
And it really is, yeah, well, after we were hoping she was going to find that score in the 60s, Jin Young Ko, she certainly backed it up Friday and Saturday. We'll come back to her in a moment. This is Min-ji Lee at 12.
And today the par 4 tucked in over the bunker. And, she couldn't actually dramatic shot of In-ji Chun to close range for another birdie. Well, the tall Korean, she's thereabouts with a chance at a 3 to keep moving towards our leaders. Let's go back to 11 and the drama here in our final grouping. Na Rin An, this for birdie.
We haven't seen one made from here yet. Just outside the left edge. 2 behind. She holds this. She's also missed a few chances today. So much at stake, Kate, for Na Rin An and Hee-jeong Lim. A win here and they join the LPGA Tour. Neither of them LPGA Tour members at this stage.
Yeah, it's career changing. I mean, it really is playing on their home tour in Korea throughout the year. This is a chance to go to the promised land, which is where Moria Jutanagan plies her trade from Thailand. With a dynamic duo of sisters, area out in the field as well. But this is her second shot on the par 3 13th. To bump and run it. Can she bump and run it into the hole?
Once more, 2-11, Jin Young Ko. This for birdie, taking outright lead.
Relatively straight putt up the hill. Got to be firm with this one. Pulled it.
It is remarkable, Ewan, that both Lim and Ko are only going to make 5 here at the 11th. Would have given anything that one of them at least would make birdie. They stay together at 20 under par and they lead by 3. A turning point in a different manner for par 5 11th to what we were expecting.
Absolutely, and by either Jin Young Ko or Hee-jeong Lim birdieing the 11th hole, it's really bringing both In-ji Chun and Hei Ran Yu and perhaps Min-ji Lee back into the equation. In-ji Chun here at 13 for a 4th consecutive birdie, moving to a right, this to get within 2 shots of the lead.
Putter had to cool at some stage. It's just a par at 13, but that's no damage done there. The tough par 3. impressive she has been through her amateur career, having just turned professional in the second half of 2021. Jin Young Ko, one of our co-leaders, on the tee here at 12.
Another one splitting the fairway. And coming from the right half of the fairway, going to be a good angle into this flag for Jin Young Ko.
Jong Lim has missed just the one fairway all week. What an exhibition it has been. And it stays that way with, again, if you measured that, that would be, well, actually on the right-hand side of the fairway. For a moment I was going to say another one that absolutely splits the fairway.
51 of 52 fairways to this point, and no bogeys this week. That's flawless as it gets.
Just mind-blowing numbers from our co-leader, 21-year-old Hee Jong Lim. This is Da-Yeon Lee. Difficult par 4 14th, 15 under. She makes this. You never quite know. Oh, just lacked a bit of conviction, that putt.
What a fight back. She was 6 under standing on the 14th tee in round 3. Here she is, 15 under par in the top half a dozen.
An impressive final round. Sunshine here in Busan. This is round 4 of the BMW Ladies Championship. The West Australian in G Lee. This for birdie at 12. Quite noticeable in her putting stance as she sets up very much into her left-hand side, weight forward, trying to promote a nice positive stroke through the ball.
She strokes the ball really well, Min Ji Lee, but statistically it's the worst part of her game. She averages over 30 putts per round. If she can get that down even 2/3 of a stroke, she's going to win a lot more tournaments.
Discussion here between Hei-Ran Yu and her caddy. He was going to take it out. She says, no, I want it in. That's my lucky charm.
Well, she would have got a pretty good read off Min Ji Lee, and this is, as I said, the stretch of the golf course where she really got it going yesterday. Just to get within 3 shots of the lead for the 20-year-old multiple winner on the LPGA Tour.
She gave it a good look, and she has to now, running out of holes, try and sneak up closer to Jin Young Ko. And Hee Jong Lim. This is a Lim Kim. Tough par 5. Yesterday in round 3, hardest hole on the course. How many times can you say that for a par 5 at a professional event?
Yeah, it's a very rare occurrence. I remember the 14th at the Lakes in Australia during the 2018 Australian Open. The second round there, that hole played as the hardest hole that day, but it's very rare that you see it. Typically you see like the 9th hole and the 11th hole here, the 2 easiest holes on the golf course.
Back to 12, and Jin Young Ko.
Slight uphill lie going to be pretty beneficial to a front flag. A little bit of elevation in the ball, trying to draw it in. Again, fabulous iron shot, excellent distance control, and a chance for another birdie.
12 feet coming up for one of our co-leaders. Try and make a 3 to jump 1 clear. Narin Ahn just beside the ball there of Jin Young Ko. Starting left of the flag. They're able to fade it in. Oh, as a result, though, it comes up just a fraction short. Just feather one in there, that front right pin. From a similar spot, Hee Jong Lim.
Staring this down, turning it over a fraction. That's going to be a little bit of work to do for Hee Jong Lim. Gotta think she's starting to feel the pressure. Made a par at the easy 11th hole. Not her normal zero-light focus. Big occasion.
Ahead at 13. BMW hole-in-one hole, two of them on the back nine. Iran Yu. Almost made an ace at 16 yesterday. That looked pretty good through the air, but it just catches that slope and feeds away. We have an uphill second coming up. Looking at the breeze, thinking, has it just freshened slightly and just caught her out perhaps? It might be a factor, as it certainly has been the closing stages of the first three rounds here in Busan. Almost no wind to speak of again today through most of this final round. Lydia Ko from close range.
What a shot she's hit in here at the difficult par 4 14th up the hill. This to get to 15 under par. Great stuff from the New Zealander.
And what a scorecard she's compiling as well. How good is that? A fast start. 3 under through 3 and 3 more birdies, 6 under. You feel it's not going to be enough, but it's a very solid performance.
Across the green at 15. Aileen Kim. Slow start today, but she's really got it moving in the right direction from around the turn. This to get to 15 under. For last year's US Women's Open champion. Bingo. Terrific golf being played from these players. Look at that 8th birdie on the round, 5th since the 9th hole. Just that double bogey when she hit it in the water at the island par 3 6th.
Now, having played 80 straight holes without making a bogey, both last week and this week, Hee Jong Lim trying to cozy this one down the slope here to close range. Keep that record intact. Oh, she lips out for birdie. That's one way to save par. Just hold your chip almost.
Well, there was no question that that was the worst iron shot that we've seen her hit all week, and that was not an easy chip. Breaking right and going uphill in the first half of its journey, and then pretty quick over the hill, coming back down the other side, and goodness me, she's almost holed it.
Wow, you've got to feel if there were crowds here this week, they would have been whipped up into a frenzy because they are eyeballing each other down this stretch of 9 holes. What an exceptional chip that is. Getting out of trouble. We were wondering if she was going to save par. Nearly went in for a 3.
Narinan came up just a fraction short with her approach. And more than a fraction short with her chip.
Yeah, too much loft. See, she used a sandwich there. Plenty of green to work with. On an upslope, she needed something a little more straight-faced and getting it rolling up there. Hee Jong Lim, she just looks so stoic and unflappable, doesn't she, Kate? But it'll be interesting to see how, if that changes at all, if Jin Young Ko can take the lead here.
That's what Stone Buddha means, which is Hee Jong Lim's nickname. Calmness, mental calmness. Hey Ranyu, what mental calmness have you got here at 13? Pop it up in the air on the short par 3. Tapped it left. Keep chasing. Very nice.
저 먼저 피니시 할게요.
Don't need to speak Korean to know what she was going to do there, do you? She will finish and stay at 16 under, 4 back. Water to come on the 15th and 16th. Anything could still and may well happen here in Busan this afternoon. For birdie, Jin Young Ko take the outright lead. Right in the middle of the middle, and Jin Young Ko on a charge on Sunday in Korea. She has the lead and is 7 under today through 12.
She's going to be so hard to contain. She's looking for back-to-back wins, looking for her 4th win of the season, full of confidence. Hee Jung-lim spent 3 days constructing that lead that she's now relinquished to the world number 2. It's going to be a mighty tough assignment for Hee Jung-lim should she win today.
Up at 14, Inji Chan playing her approach. Wouldn't she love something close in here like she did back at 12? 123, just a 9-iron in hand off an upslope. Flag 5 paces from the right-hand side. And she's done it again. It's not surprising. Wonderful golf swing. Really putting on quite a display here in Busan.
In her Sunday best and producing her Sunday best. The LPGA International, this for par, stay 1 back for Hee Jung-lim.
It's a little knee knocker as well. It's not an easy putt. The first time since Friday lunchtime, she's not going to hold at least a share of the lead. And of course, trying to keep that bogey-free stretch going.
Well, and up and down that is. She now trails by 1. We have 6 holes to play. The might of Jin Young Ko taking over at the top of One back left today on 13, the par 3. Not much breeze, if any, at the moment. It's been quite remarkable how breezy it was for the first couple of days. This one chasing up to that back left pin position. And we'll get ever closer. Another birdie putt coming up for our now outright leader. Terrific golf shot.
It can be a very lonely place at the top of the leaderboard, but for somebody like Jin Young Ko, who's got 21 professional victories, this is something she's going to feel very comfortable doing. Jin Lim, 4 wins on her home tour, on the Korean tour. This is the big stage, though, the LPGA. Has she got the game to take on Jin Young Ko down this stretch? It's going to be fascinating to see how it plays out.
Five iron in hand, trying to turn it over a little bit from right to left. It's 2 missed greens in a row. We haven't seen that from her this week. Be an easy up and down from there.
And suddenly it's a different mindset, isn't it? Despite being joined in the lead both yesterday and today, the Fox has been caught by the chasers. Jin Young Ko has gone past her to lead by 1. Here is In-Ji Chun after another tremendous second shot here at 14.
Well, what a shame. It's been a super final round so far for In-Ji Chun. Hitting her irons exquisitely. That run of birdies on the back 9, 10, 11 and 12. But opportunity missed at the 14th. She'll stay 4 behind Jin Young Ko, 17 under.
As good as she has been, Kate, I imagine if she to talk to the media after the completion of the round today, she'd say the putter just didn't produce the magic for me that I needed at various stages over the last couple of days in particular, despite everything she's done to be at 17 under par. Nelly Korda leads the scoring average on tour this year from Jin Young Ko. They are the 1 and 2 respectively in the world in B Park, and Lydia Ko there as well. So the top players in the Rolex rankings have proven that throughout 2021 with their scoring averages on tour. Da-Yeon Lee here at 15 under, currently tied for 6th.
Been injured this season, so played fewer events. Da-Yeon Lee, but a former Korean Women's Open champion, and that's why hitting shots like that.
Lydia Ko. I fancy she's warming up for a big finish here. Chance to stick one close at the par 5. Long way down the shaft as usual for Lydia Ko. And she does fire one into close range. That for birdie at 15. Par 3, 16th to come. 17 is birdieable. 18 back right pin position today. That will be tough to make a 3 on at the closing hole. Playing alongside Lydia Ko, Hee Young Park.
Yeah, Australian fans will remember Hee Young Park for victory at the 2020 Victorian Women's Open Championship, which was a part of the LPGA Tour. And an excellent shot just inside Lydia Ko's ball at 15. A chance to get to 13 under par.
Danielle Kang here at 14. She's been unlucky here with the ball just sitting down, perhaps in a divot. Didn't look too good in that shot from behind. We'll take a look at it once again here. She stands over it.
Does appear to be just a little bit nestled down, so she's going to have to put it back in a stance ever so slightly, try and catch the ball first. Lost it out to the right here and short yesterday with her approach. That one was online. They got it up the tier though. Pretty severe green here at 14, Kate.
Oh, it certainly is. I mean, even with somebody with her short game skills, so that will get her attention. But one of the best putters in the game. Jin Lim through the green on this par 3. A little bit of work to do. Once again, missing another green. Pressure starting to get to her. And what's happening, she's trying to get up and down for pars. And Jin Young Ko is having good looks at birdie. How the game has shifted very much in Jin Young Ko's favour over the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, the short game standing up for the moment. Jin Lim, another par saver to come up here. Keep that bogey-free streak alive and to stay within at least one of Jin Young Ko, who has that birdie putt coming up here at 13. Back to 14, Hae-Ran Yu.
That tree really should not pose an issue at all for Hae-Ran Yu. Only going to have the 9-iron in hand. Actually might help her. Doesn't have to worry about spin and spinning the ball back down the tier like Danielle Kang did. Excellent distance control, and although that's on the fringe, that's very makeable. Remember, she holed it from off the green here yesterday as well.
She held everything through the first 14 holes. Was 8 under par. Oh, this is the hole, the 15th. Drama can unfold on this par 5. Hardest hole yesterday. The drive, not really the problem. What about the second shot?
The best angle is down that left-hand side to give yourself a good look at this par 5, which bends from right to left off the tee. Let's take a look at this one, Kate.
That gentle dogleg left. The drive, not really a problem for these players. If you can hit a draw, favour that left-hand side, and that sets you up nicely for the second. But it's this layup. We've seen players go left into the penalty area, also leak it right. And for a par 5, it's not usual that you find it to be the hardest hole on the golf course, but this is what it was yesterday. So where are you going to lay up to with your second? Because that fairway certainly pinches in. And where the flag is today, it's hugging the right-hand side. My goodness me, just a few paces on from the right-hand side, 15 on. So it's still going to be a test, even for the very best.
On the tee, Alison Lee. Along with that left side bunker. Rip through the ball there. That'll be in great shape. And there's the ideal side for the second at 15. Well, they walk off. The drama is happening back on the 13th, which is where we find ourselves. Jin Young Ko, this for birdie, to take a 2-shot advantage. Well, you couldn't be attacking with that particular putt. Long break from right to left down the slope, so safe 3, and it puts the pressure still squarely on the shoulders of Jin Lim, who has a par saver to come from just outside, around about 3 to 4 feet. Three-time winner on tour already this year is Jin Young Ko. She won the Volunteers of America Classic. In recent times, she has been red hot, winning in Oregon at the Cambia Portland Classic in early September. And of course, 2 weeks ago at the Cognizant Founders Cup in New Jersey, trying to make it 4 wins on the season. And at the moment, she's 1 clear. Can Jin Lim make this to remain bogey-free and stay within 1? Just inside left. Keeps making them.
Rock solid. Very, very, very impressive. 67 holes this week without a bogey. 15 holes at her last event without a bogey. That's 82 consecutive holes bogey-free. Fantastic golf.
Yeah, she's not going to make it easy for Jin Young Ko. Not going to have it all her own way. Going to make her work hard for it.
And it seems as though we're destined for the 200th victory by a Korean player on the LPGA Tour. There's been 199 wins by Korean players overall in the 71 years of the LPGA Tour. Number 200 waits for somebody. Is it Ko? Is it Lim? Is it maybe Chun? This is Hae-Ran Yu, just off the green at 14 for birdie. It slides by, and well, it's been a fine effort for one of the KLPGA players. It looks as though she won't be a factor as far as the victory is concerned here today. A couple of chances in the last few holes, but she made them both. Well, you just never know, but might be a case of what if by the time she gets to the 18th.
Yeah, you think it's only a matter of time before she is going to be playing permanently on the LPGA Tour, Hae-Ran Yu, and joining this lady, Jin Young Ko, out there. Wouldn't she love to emulate her career?
Just going to miss the fairway. There's that tree on the left-hand side as well, which from that distance, even with her draw, may be a slight factor with the second shot.
Interesting to see her golf bag a few moments ago with all those hearts on it. I wonder if that's for all of the wins she has notched up in her career, of which that would be 21.
Now Lee Jong Lim needs to sit down, and it does, and just on the short grass, another fairway hit.
We're sitting in the commentary box just eyeballing it. Is it going to stay on the fairway? It's almost as though it's as important as the leaderboard, but it is just fabulous golf so far.
Up at the green. Solid stroke from Yu. She stays 5 back. And Jin Young Ko, our outright leader here in Korea. Now up at the green at the par 5 15th. Da-Yeon Lee, this for birdie. The pin today just 4 paces from the right edge of the green at 15. Oh, bending, it has eyes only for the hole. What a putt by Da-Yeon Lee. She moves to 16 and might have damaged the hole, the speed that one went in at. Terrific putt. 6 under today, and now only 5 behind. She wanted that mini fist bump there, Ewan.
6 players in the top 10 on the leaderboard are 5 under par or better on today's round. Just don't think I have enough adjectives to describe how good, how high a quality the golf is from these girls.
And this is one of the players who's playing quite brilliantly today, Lydia Ko. Currently 6 under the card for her round today. Finishes very strong in 2021. Her final rounds are incredible. As for birdie, that's superb. So at the beginning of the season, she fired a 62 at the ANA in the final round. It was a 65 at the LPGA Championship, which she won. And then a 63 came romping home in the Scottish Open. So 1 win there for Lydia Ko. Saves the best to last. It's not going to be enough today. for the Kiwi, but a very assured performance nonetheless.
Well, she may have a shot though at the course record potentially. Well, suddenly 7 under on her round through 15 holes. Jin Young Ko here also for a birdie at the par 5. That will miss on the low side, but Lydia Ko a chance if she can get to at least 8 under to join Hansol G, Jin Young Ko, Narin An and Danielle Kang, who over the 2 holdings of this event have all fired 64s at various stages. Ko definitely on pace to date. Lydia Ko, that is. Waiting back in the fairway, In Ji Chun.
Such a difficult layup. Can't really see from this angle, but the trees stick out of the right-hand side. You've got to take it over the corner of those trees, and then you've got water on the left-hand side that you've got to avoid. Oh, that's clad. Whoa, that is a lucky break. It's thick rough there, but gee, that could have been a lot worse.
That was the old half-pie shank.
Well, look, she doesn't know that the ball's kicked down in the rough there. She's reaching for a provisional. Not sure if there's a spotter up there to tell her where it has finished.
We'll come back to In Ji Chun. The drama there on 15, but she has just fanned one. Second shots here at 14 for our final group. Narin An, the first to play. Shortest off the tee throughout this Sunday action in this group. One hand off. Never a good sign, but on this occasion, not too bad. It'll stay
Similar
there.
to Area Jatanaga. Letting go of the club. I think she's hit a bad shot and it's been brilliant. So that's good. Birdie chance for Narin An. Trying to keep up with these 2 brilliant players who are keeping her company on this final Sunday afternoon. Hee Jeong Lim, world number 41 in the red jumper this afternoon. Just 21 years old, 4 wins. Would love to have another one today. Trailing by 1.
The approach here at 14, it may look relatively innocuous on your television screens, but it does play quite significantly uphill. They're playing off an upslope, and you've got that flag perched just on top of the tier, so getting the distance right, extremely difficult. Great camera follow there. This one is all over the flag.
Oh, 7-iron from 145, and it's tap-in range for Hee Jeong Lim. See, just behind the 14th green there on the sponsors marquee, the breeze just getting up slightly to add a little element to the closing holes here, and she's been just dynamic with the irons all week, and that was the perfect moment to produce one like that.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge confidence booster these last few holes, because remember, she did hook that approach shot, missed the green left at 12. She didn't hit the best iron shot at 13, went over the back of the green. But to produce that on arguably the most difficult approach shot on the golf course, what a time to do it.
How will Jin Young Ko respond? Coming in from the light rough. Won't get the check. Oh, and races on through. So advantage to Lim. Really has got a tap-in birdie. That's going to be quick.
Well, maybe a 2-shot swing here at the 14th. Difficult spot there for Jin Young Ko. Can't believe that flew so far just out of the semi there.
Just got a little bit of grass caught between the club face and ball, and as so often happens, you get a little bit of a flyer. Can't control the speed.
After that, as we said, almost half-pie shank from In-Ji Chun. On the wrong side of the hole here with her third. And having to play away from the flag. All she can do is knock it onto the front left corner and have that long putt coming across the slope for birdie here at 15. Boy, didn't see that second shot coming.
No, it came out of nowhere, got very, very lucky. Could have been hitting a provisional and racking up a 7 or an 8, but as it is, she might be able to walk away with no damage done.
Well, it is a real tussle at the top between these two players, Jin Young Ko and Hee Jeong Lim. Advantage now back in the corner. The Hee Jeong Lim, who has a very makeable birdie to get back to 21 under par. Now all of a sudden, Jin Young Ko, who has been so self-assured in this round, she is 7 under for the round. That's 7 under through 13 holes. Flew the green here at 14, and this will certainly get her attention. It's going to be quick.
Downhill, and I guess in some ways unsurprisingly elected to take the putter, but just has to get it going with enough speed through the fringe. She's not chasing too hard. The flag perched just above a ridge here at 14, but that is very, very well done.
Oh, it's brilliantly played, and you might have been wondering why she took the putter there, but as you said, not a great lie. Hits it a little bit too hard. It's 40 feet down the other side. Great improvisation and really, really well done.
But that's so clever to hit a shot like that when you're going over 3 different lengths of grass as well, to know how that's going to release.
Hee Jeong Lim has to cool her heels while Narin Ahn lines up her birdie putt with a short one to come for potentially one of our co-leaders once again in Lim. Here is Danielle Kang, second at the par 5 15th. Down that right-hand side, not a bad play. Trying to take the water out of play with her third, with that pin tucked on the right-hand side. A skinny angle, but it does take the water, you would think, out of play for her approach.
This is the hole that brought Hye-Ran Yu undone yesterday, made a double bogey 7. That's okay, good angle.
She's got through a lot of grapes over the last couple of days. Motored through most of a bag here once again in round 4. Min-Ji Lee. By Kang and Yu just playing for position. Which will be over there with Hye-Ran Yu. Play her third at the 15th. Back to 14 we go, and from just 2 feet. Join Jin Young Ko, top of the leaderboard once again at 21 under par. Bogey free still, she makes birdie at 14. Hee Jeong Lim will not go away. 21-year-old against one of her heroes from the LPGA Tour. Jin Young Ko, 26 years of age, with already so many victories around the world to her tally. And this is now a tremendous 2-player race for the title in Busan.
It's a long putt for In-Ji Chun at 15. And that needs to keep on going. It's trying, so work to do for In-Ji to walk away with a par. 5 under today. It's rounds of 65, 69 and 70 over the first 3 days for In-Ji. She's certainly had her chances. Needed to shoot lights out today, nearly a course record to be in the reckoning still. Very solid. It's not going to be enough.
Let's go ahead to A Lim Kim. Sizing up a birdie putt here at 17. Currently sitting at 16 under, 7 under on her round. Last year's US Open champion. Standing tall here on Sunday and showing the local fans watching on TV around Korea, of course, and 5 under on her back 9 as well, with the 18th to come. What a display it has been for another of the young Koreans just on the rise in the women's game around the world. Back to In-ji Chun, who was dressed for a dinner and a show, perhaps afterwards. If only she was out of bubble life. The bow tie on. Cufflinks once again. Always a picture, and a terrific birdie here at the par 5 15th, 17 under. Par rub, what am I saying? At 15, this is Min Ji Lee with her third shot.
That flag perched precariously on the right-hand side, only 4 paces from the right edge, so no surprise to see Min Ji Lee playing safely left of the flag.
Hey Ran Yu, just a little wedge in the hand and a much better outcome she's hoping for than what unravelled yesterday. It was that double bogey 7. Pin hugging the right-hand side of the fairway, so a conservative approach. It's for birdie, though, for you. And a 20-year-old, 3-time winner. And a celebrity invitational for a win this year on the LPGA Tour. Kang plays with plenty of celebrities as well. Here's Danielle at the 14th, going right at it.
Thought she was going to make a run today, Danielle Kang, but just the one birdie, the rest pars.
Yeah, a bit of a slow Saturday and Sunday for our runner-up from 2 years ago. At the 16th, the par 3, In-ji Chun, with a hole-in-one, can win the 745 LE behind her.
Well, it's a very accessible flag, 29 on, 10 from the left. There's a ridge short of the hole that ball will feed towards the hole. It was all over the flag with a 7-iron.
Alison Lee, not sure if it's her honour or not. Might have been Maria Janagan's turn.
Perfect shot.
And instead, Alison says, no, tell you what, I'll have a crack instead.
Just with an 8-iron in hand, Alison Lee. Good iron player. On a good line. Good shot. You can just see that slope propelling the ball towards the back edge. It was actually a 7-iron for Lee.
Now that breeze stiffening here this afternoon in Busan. No surprise, as it has done over the past 3 days as well. Maybe one extra bat there to get to the par 3. Now, up against the cart path, getting relief from the drain as well, is our co-leader in Jin Young Ko.
Well, we're having a bit of a think about this. It's to get the best lie possible. Obviously, you can't drop it nearer the hole. We'll come back to that.
Yes, because Jong Lim has missed her second fairway for the week.
Well, the good thing about being here is it should take the water left out of play because the ball shouldn't curve too much out of here.
She's back on track now, boys. It's breaking news, isn't it, if she misses a fairway?
It is. Stop the presses. Lim misses a fairway.
A game with which you are not familiar.
Now, Jin Young Ko a long way down there again. Maybe a little bit of cart path action once more down the left-hand side. We've seen that a few times over the past couple of days here at 15.
Yeah, Danielle Kang yesterday, remember, she reached the green in two. Beneficiary of ball bouncing about 50, 60 yards along that cart path. But it's not so bad here, Kate, being in the rough because you can take a shorter club in laying it up. And as we know, the ball doesn't curve too much out of the rough. So realistically, it should take the water both sides out of play.
Yeah, and she's one of the straightest players on tour as well. So it's slightly below her feet. Play it as a par 5. Go in with a full wedge for your third. Don't bring that difficulty into play.
I think in the right half, a few gas from the fans behind Jin Young Ko. Similar angle to what we saw from Danielle Kang just a moment ago.
She's one of those players where the heartbeat doesn't get too pumped up. Yeah, very, very self-assured.
Up at the green. Hey, run you. This for birdie. Oh, thank you very much. She is the long bomber of the LPGA International layout this week.
And a mere 3 strokes better on that hole than yesterday.
Yes. Double bogey 7 for her yesterday after finding the water down the right-hand side as opposed to the left-hand side, which has brought many others undone this week. Lydia Ko, what a pace she's been setting here on Sunday. At 16 under, this for birdie at 17. Didn't have quite the pace there to hold its line. It'll tap in there for a 4 at 17. 1 hole to play. She is 7 under on today's round. And on track for a 65, maybe a 64 if she could produce a 3 at the last. With the pin today tucked back right behind the bunkers at 18. It won't be easy to get close there. Dayon Lee.
This for yet another birdie for Dayon Lee, who's ripping up the golf course on this final Sunday. Seventh birdie of the day, and she rattled that one home. Good thing the hole was there to stop it. Excellent 3 on 17, 1 hole remaining.
Playing the 14th hole yesterday, she was outside the top 30. That moves her into a share of third.
At 16. 7-9, just fractionally long for Alison Lee. Got more than a chance. That looked like it was in from a long way out. 2 at 16 for the American. the birdies coming thick and fast. You wouldn't know there's all this pressure on Sunday, the way they've made birdies around here. And there have been some tough pins as well.
Yeah, certainly have. That moves Alison Lee into a share of ninth. She has not had a top 10 for 5 years on the LPGA Tour, so a big week for Lee.
Narin Ahn back at 15. Playing slightly away from the flag and not much spin there on her third shot. That'll feed away as well on the downslope, the back right section of the green, par 5. This is where the interest is. Jong Lim and Jin Young Ko tied at the top. 21 under par. Good angle here for Lim.
Ball slightly above her feet. It's not going to be favourable for where the flag is on the right-hand side, so she's going to draw it away from the flag. Yeah, smart shot, safe shot. The way she's putting, that is an opportunity for a birdie.
Just using that ridge through the middle of the green to fit it closer to the flag. Such control on her distance again on those iron shots. It's been an exhibition. I know we've said that today earlier on, but what a clinic she has put on. Now from the right side of the fairway, coming over the corner of the wetlands here, the penalty area, Kate. Not the best angle for Jin Young Ko.
It's not, but she's such a confident player that she just goes pin seeking every single time. Playing incredibly aggressive golf today, 7 under par through 14 holes. To zero in once again. Right on line.
Maybe just inside. Jong Lim, who might be first to putt of the two there, so it's a match play situation now. And maybe being first to putt isn't such a bad thing if you can put the pressure back on the other player.
Yes, that's a good point. At this point in time, I have to agree with you there, just a wedge in hand. That was not easy to go straight at the flag there. So much trouble lurking on the right-hand side.
Well, taking a look at that list we brought you earlier on as far as bogey-free winners on the LPGA Tour over the last 30 seasons. Meg Mallon back in 1998 at the Starbank Classic. Jackie Gallagher-Smith, Annika Sorensen in 2003. NB Park, Sun Ju An and Jin Young Ko. And we're on track should Jong Lim win here today and remain bogey-free, which he has done now since the 4th hole of the final round of her previous event on the KLPGA Tour. She could make it 4 Koreans in a row to do exactly that after Jin Young Ko was the most recent back in 2019.
But could she be the first to be bogey-free and not win? Because Jin Young Ko firmly stands in her way.
That's going to be a tricky one for Hae-Ran Yu. Obviously a very awkward stance, but not a great lie either. This was earlier, 16th, In Ji Chun for a birdie.
He's playing in the same group as Hae-Ran Yu and Danielle Kang. Stand by. It was going in the whole way until right at the hole. Did a left turn, put the blinker on.
Great try.
Come on now. You can't roll them any better than that and not make it. I said off for a dinner and a show after the event. The bow tie on. Looks terrific, doesn't she? As always.
And she's family in the media spotlight as well in South Korea. Her fans would have been outside the golf club once again today. The Flying Dumbos, they are called.
To the drummer. here at 15. Ma in on, just off the back edge. Just a bit of elevation change between herself and the flag here. Bending right to left around the pin. Nicely done. Will be a 5 though for the player who's been in pursuit, watching on to this battle between Jin Young Ko and Hee Jong Lim in the final group today. She's had her chances but just hasn't been able to maintain the same sort of pace, especially that of Jin Young Ko. She's at 17 under his arm. And we have birdie putts coming up for our co-leaders.
With your Hee Jong Lim starting out today with a 4-shot lead, you're bogey free through 14 holes at 3 under par for the round. You wouldn't think that you wouldn't still have the lead, but that's the situation we're in. We'll go up to 16, excuse me, and hey Ryan, this is very, very awkward here, Kate.
Yeah, not an easy stance. Ball will be well above her feet. It's going to be a little bit quick as well, so hopefully it comes off the club face well. Really visualising where that ball is going to land and let it trickle out down towards the hole. They've got such good short games, these players. Spend hours chipping from around the greens. But this will test her.
Yeah, the ball above her feet and so much grass surrounding the golf ball. It's very, very easy to chuck this one only 2 or 3 feet in front of you. Very important to accelerate through. Going to help her that it is downhill.
Aggressive with that one, trying to get it through the upright zoysia grass, and rolls it about 8 feet past the cup. A bit of work to do there for par for Hei-Ran Yu. Danielle Kang, long birdie putt coming up here at 16. Playing for $2 million total in prize money this week. And the greater share of it will be decided between Jin Young Ko and Hee Jong Lim. It's Ko first to putt here at 15 for birdie. Ooh, had a good look, and about halfway I think she thought she might have made it.
One of few greens that slope from front to back. You don't see that too often. You saw how fast Jin Young Ko's putt was coming down the hill.
Par putt to make for Jin Young Ko. This is Hee Jong Lim. This also for birdie to take a 1-shot lead with 3 to play beyond this. Downhill, right to left. And the way she's rolled them this week, almost an even money chance to make it. From 20 feet. Has a chance. Yes, you can. What a putt by Hee Jong Lim.
And the first fist pump we've seen this week.
Gosh, what a crucial time to make a birdie. Seizes back control of the tournament, a 1-shot lead. Wowzers, this is great golf. How impressive is this battle between two of the very best in the game.
Started the day with a 4-shot lead. Was joined and then passed by Jin Young Ko playing alongside her, who now has this, a bit more pressure on this suddenly for par for our one-time outright leader.
got a little bit smaller.
Just inside right. Nicely done. She's now one back though with 3 to play. The par 3, 16th, and the closing par 4s at 17 and 18. As it was last year, a playoff between Hana Zhang and Danielle Kang. A playoff very much.
It's amazing when you think about it, her ability to stay in the game. Hee Jeong Lim, who has the lead. Let's check out Hei Ran Yu, as this is the par on the 16th to remain at 17 under. There is a fight for third place. It's between her, A Lim Kim, and Da Yeon Lee.
A lot of players leaving the flag in this week. Where are you on flag in and flag out, Ewan?
I don't mind it left in if I've got a significantly downhill putt, but I'm a bit old school. I prefer the visual of having the flag out.
Staring at the flag and with the lead, Hee Jeong Lim, 22 under par. And we'll all be surprised if she capped it off by making an ace and taking the car as well as potentially a victory this week, given the week she has had. 3 holes away from going bogey 3 for the tournament. It's unbelievable.
And just so unflappable. Like I said, she has more at stake than Jin Young Ko does, trying to earn her way onto the LPGA Tour, but it's not taking anything away from Jin Young Ko's performance, looking for her 4th victory in 7 events. She too with a 7-iron, trying to draw one in there.
Big moment for a big-time player. Might have turned this over. Long and left is the miss, just off the back edge. And after we saw her putting back down the slope not that long ago at 14, it might be a similar scenario here for our one-time leader. go to the closing hole, the 18th here. Hannah Green standing by. You can see the flag today tucked on this lower level. Up here above the slope is A. Lim Kim. Come down the hill.
Got a good feeling about this one, Warren. It's for a 10th birdie of the round.
Oh, your feelings, that crystal ball. Newton Porter. He sensed there was something happening. What a finish. Last year's US Open champion, she equals the course record with a 64, the 5th player to do so around this LPGA International Busan layout.
And she's done it with a double bogey. 10 birdies and a double bogey.
Races into the top 5, currently tied for 3rd. Daeyeon Lee, In Ji Chun, Ha-Run Yu and Na Rin An, all of them at 17 under. From off the back of the green, you see Jennifer Song. Very quick from the back edge. Oh, riding that home around the 18th.
Well, it's great to hear some atmosphere around the golf course. The BMW patrons, a wonderful hospitality unit framing the back of this 18th hole. A solid tournament, another one for Jennifer Song, 9 under. It's going to be a good paycheck. Still searching for her first win on tour, but happy with her performance nonetheless as she gives A. Lim Kim a hug.
Now Hannah Green. In the shadows of the grandstand, very solid putt there for par. Nice 4 rounds for Hannah Green without being spectacular. 68, 72, 67, 73 today, 1 over, while everybody else is shooting 5, 6, 7, or in the case of A. Lim Kim, 8 under par. Now Na Rin An. She must feel like she has a prime position along the water in Sydney Harbour on New Year's Eve while the fireworks have been going off around her.
Well, she's also in position, Kate, to shoot 4 rounds in the 60s, and really, she's not even going to come close to winning. 5 shots behind.
Her scoring has been so good. It's going to be quite a quick putt this for Na Rin An. Has she got the pace? It's not as quick as she thought it was going to be. So that's going to be a tap-in for An. Leaves the door open for the 2 contenders at the top. And Hee Jong Lim, Jin Young Ko putts from opposite sides of the hole. Lim with the 1-stroke advantage. But in the blink of an eye, we all know how quickly fortunes can change.
It's going to be interesting to see. Interesting to see who plays first here, Kate. But Jin Young Ko looks like she'll be first to go. So an opportunity perhaps to put the pressure back on Hee Jong Lim, but not going to be easy to judge the pace here, coming out of the first cut through the fringe and then onto the putting surface.
No, but she was brilliant a couple of holes ago, and she putted over 3 different putting surfaces to gimme range. And so the putting has been exquisite by Jin Young Ko, certainly after the first day, where she stumbled out of the starting blocks, but then came firing back. 21 under par she is for the championship. This to get to 22 under. So the door is open for Hee Jong Lim. 3 for Ko. And Lim has this birdie opportunity to take a 2-stroke advantage with 2 holes remaining.
Just as impressive as her greens in regulation statistics this week for Hee Jong Lim, Warren Smith's pointed it out on multiple occasions. Her distance control on her iron shots has just been terrific, and we'll get back to 16 shortly. We'll move up to 17. Second to last group. Awkward one here, isn't it, for Hayran Yu, Kate, with that tree in front of her?
It certainly is, and it's certainly a factor. What's she going to do? She's going to hit it low left and fade it around the corner. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, not easy to do from only 112 yards as well.
Nice.
Kept it under the tree. What a shot.
Yeah, that's absolutely fabulous. That is a superb effort. Not easy to do. Keeping it low, often upslope, going uphill and moving it that much.
And giving yourself a birdie putt at the end of it.
Let's go back to 16. He Jong Lim leads by 1. Uphill, right to left birdie attempt for a 2-shot buffer. Having made consecutive birdies, boy, she left it right in the heart. It's a par though, and 17 and 18 to play. It's all she might need. I think right now if you said we'll give you 2 pars and you can take your chances from there, I reckon she'd say fair enough. I'll just sit back and see what Jin Young can do. So close once again for 3 on the bounce. The sun is shining on her back at the moment. She has the shortish par 4 17th to come. And then that difficult pin, as we saw a moment ago, back right pin at 18 to close it out. Leading by 1 from Jin Young Ko. Then it's 4 back to A Lim Kim, Daeyeon Lee with 1 to play herself in Ji Chun, Hayran Yu and Na Rin An, all there at minus 17.
Conditions today really have been perfect for scoring. Ji Hyun Oh returns a round of 65 to move to 14 under for the championship, and a couple of 66s there from Hana Jang and Yoon Ji Jong. Of course, it's there for the taking. Oh. There's another long-range putt for In Ji Chun. She's had a fair few of them today. And I should say it's Hing Young Park. I'm getting confused with my flight socks and my short skirts. Over the ridge as it tracks down. Needs to keep on coming, and this looks very good indeed.
We have seen some golf over the last 4 days here in South Korea. Stand there on that green, down the hill, that last section there, so beautifully judged by Parker. She will tap in to finish out her week. Enjoy the action here. The LPGA International, 12 under, 69, 70, 67, and a 2 under 70 today. Now let's go back to the tee at 17. With the honour, our leader, Hee Jong Lim. 21 years of age, 22 under par, and has played 70 straight holes this week without making a bogey. Finds another fairway, good angle into that flag, avoids the tree where the fairway pinches in on that right-hand side, and she's just coasting along, absolutely lapping it up.
Yeah, I just really should be shaking my head in disbelief, but I am, because every single occasion she's just splitting the fairway and putting good swing after good swing on it. Really taking it to Jin Young Ko, the world number 2, 7 under par on the round. That's going to be awkward. That ball sat down in the rough. Going to be very difficult to judge the distance from there going up the hill.
So once again, the advantage with Hee Jeong Lim. That's on the 17th. We're going to jump now to the 18th hole. Hye Ran Yu. This is a quick putt. Going to move from her left to right.
Nice. From where she was, from behind the tree, then went around to find the putting surface. That was a good four in the end for Hye Ran Yu. And the setting sun. We get putts here on 18. Da-Yeon Lee. Down the hill again. Fairly straight putt though. That might be a key. What we'll see in the final group with the title to be decided between Jin Young Ko, Hee Jeong Lim, currently on 17. Unable to convert that outside birdie chance there was Lee, but it has been quite the weekend for her. As you mentioned, outside the top 30 midway through the third round, and just been pedal to the metal from that point on.
It certainly has, and I like this camera angle as well, because you get an indication as to if you don't get the ball back there with your approach at 18, just how difficult it's going to be to judge the speed right on your putt going up and over the hill and then down the other side, and especially with the shadows as well. This was Lydia Ko. This was her second shot here into 18 with a hybrid. Already 7 under par on the round. A very difficult flag to get to for the mere mortal, but not for Lydia Ko. And she will have this putt to be the 6th person to shoot a course record of 8 under par 64.
She's as accurate with those hybrids as she is with her wedge. It's so impressive to watch her, just 24 years old. This for birdie at the 18th hole to finish in style.
Never in doubt. Another 64 here in Busan to finish at 17 under par. And they are firing 64s at the course like it's just a regular stroll on a Monday morning at the moment. Terrific round from Lydia Ko.
Here's another great round right here from Da-Yeon Lee. Now this putt for a round of 65.
Let's head back to our final group right behind the tree. Well, we saw some magic from Hye Ran Yu a moment ago with a pretty special shot, playing a slice around the tree. This will need to be something extraordinary from Hye Ran An to get this close.
Yeah, not going to be able to get the curve on it coming out of the rough, so probably just short left of the green, the best she can do. Not a bad position to leave it. It's not going to be an easy chip, but not much else she could do from where she was.
Too much tree. Hop to the other side of the fairway as we saw Hee Jeong Lim from a peachy lie on the centre left of the fairway. And then Jin Young Ko just tugged it a fraction left. There she is on the right-hand side of your screen. So she's going to come in from the light fluffy rough. It's going to release Have to take that into the equation to work out exactly what the number is going to be, what's going to be required for Jin Young Ko. Remember, she's one behind, 2 holes remaining.
Only a wedge in hand, but the flag today just 6 paces on from the front edge. They need to land it just short, which she does, as an underneath the hole for around about 12 feet for birdie.
That is brilliant from where she was. There's no other way to describe that. That was not easy, sitting down to get the ball to land right on a diamond, stop it below the hole like that. Put the pressure squarely back on Hee Jong Lim's shoulders, although she's handled it with aplomb so far.
Well, this could be the tournament right here, Kate, as Hee Jong Lim stands over this. If he can stick one close, and given what we've seen from her with wedges in hand so far this week, she fires one in close and makes another birdie. It could be almost enough to seal the deal. Wow, and having said all of that, that's a real miss. The pressure now goes back the other way.
I was going to say that was about as straightforward a wedge shot as you could get from the fairway. It was only the pressure of the occasion that could get to her there, and not that it was a terrible shot, but certainly not one we expected, and she certainly wouldn't have expected.
Oh, that smile temporarily disappeared from her face. She took a while to warm up. She was even par through 5 holes, then started making birdies on 6, 9, those back-to-back birdies on 14 and 15, but feeling maybe the enormity of the situation. A chance to win what would arguably be the biggest win of her young career. Jin Young Ko is standing potentially in the way with a very makeable birdie putt on 17 after that exquisite wedge.
Up at 18, In Ji Chun in a 6-way tie for 3rd place at 17 under par. Difficult flag to get to. Hybrid in hand, just like Lydia Ko did. She'll be trying to fade it in from left to right, starting at left, but this one not coming back. On the green, that's going to be a very difficult 2-putt. Putter may not be enough club to get it back there.
Let's go back to 17. Narin Ahn, nice play from behind the tree. Give herself this look to try and get up and down for par. And remain in that group, minus 17. Six players currently tied for 3rd. If Ahn or Chun could separate themselves from the pack, a significant increase in prize money. It looks like it will be just a 4 for Narin Ahn. She may well have to make birdie at 18 if she is to take solo possession of 3rd place. On the tee, here is Hei Ran Yu. Anxious look up the fairway. No trouble though.
To give you an idea of how accurate these ladies are, the average driving accuracy percentage on tour is higher than Jim Furyk, who ranks #1 in driving accuracy on the PGA Tour.
Yeah, these players are so good. And this is a master class, isn't it? What we're witnessing this afternoon. But it's certainly for Hee Jong Lim, sporting the red jumper, feeling the pressure on 17. This is for birdie, but off the green, Jin Young Ko is in close. She does have a 1-shot advantage.
Well, it was a nervy approach, and even more so, a nervy putt there from just off the green. One more par save here on 17 to stay bogey-free and potentially stay in a 1-shot lead. Jin Young Ko has a birdie putt coming up, which will have a bit to say about that.
It's hypotheticals, of course, but if Jin Young Ko were to make this and Hee Jong Lim taps in, who do you like going to the last hole, all tied?
Toss a coin because they've both been that good.
Be hard to bet against Jin Young Ko with her experience, though, and the confidence and the swagger that she has around the golf course. Lim still has work to do to make that 4. This is interesting now. Dave Brooker coming in. You noticed Dave wasn't helping her read the putt so much on the front 9. You know, starting to influence the read a little bit more on the back 9. They've talked about this before, that sometimes she can read a bit too much into the line of the putt. Going to move from her right. Question is how much.
Having made 4 straight pars, it'll be a nice time to make a birdie. Nothing but net for Jin Young Ko, and we are tied again at 22 under.
What a birdie from where she was off the tee. And it was definitely advantage Hee Jong Lim from after they hit their tee shots. 8 under par for the round, and a birdie at the last. Not only could win at the championship, but also the course record as well. There's still a little bit of work left for Hee Jong Lim.
Perfect speed, perfect line on a perfect afternoon here in South Korea. Jin Young Ko ties Hee Jong Lim, who has, dare say, a little more than 3 feet here for par. She has holed out very nicely so far this week. We'll come back to that in just a moment. There is the flag on 18, where it will all be decided in around about 15 minutes' time. Coming up, well, this is some sort of putt.
Yeah, I mentioned before, I hope she had enough club here with the putter, but it's going to be awfully difficult to get this within a 3 or 4 foot circle.
Now it comes down once again, gathering speed, but it won't have enough. It was certainly on track, had the right line in Ji-chun. Bit of work there to do to stay in this group of players, all tied in 3rd place at 17 under par. Jin Young Ko watching on. Boy, from side on. It's certainly more than 3 feet here for Hee Jong Lim.
Yeah, and a little bit of movement to it as well. This is a right centre putt.
Another rock solid stroke, and we go to the last. Who wrote this script? Jin Young Ko and Hee Jong Lim tied together at 22 under par. The 21-year-old, a regular on the KLPGA Tour, a chance to jump to the LPGA Tour itself with a victory. But to do that, she has to beat the 26-year-old Jin Young Ko down the last. At the green, it's Maria Jatanagan, 11 under. Just hasn't been able to get it going today to the extent that she would have liked. She's even par through 17. Another long putt, another well-paced putt. But she's been treading water, while those around her have been in speedboats.
There's a couple of drop shots on the front 9 for Maria Jatanagan. She came unstuck, rallied with a couple of birdies on the back 9. Going, it'll be a round of 72, but that's heading in the wrong direction. Wow, you need to be in the mid-60s to be making your way into the top 10 on this leaderboard. It is world class.
Been terrific to see Alison Lee back in form this week. Mentioned it's been 5 years since she's had a top 10. And she's currently in a share of 10th. That guarantees a top 10 for Alison Lee. 15 under par in 9th position. What a sensational week.
67, 71, 67, 68 for a 273 total, and a couple of birdies, big ones at 16 and 18 to finish to jump inside the top 10. Well, one stage at the end of round 2, you'd have said In-Ji Chun would be fighting out this title, but as we said, on Saturday and Sunday just couldn't match the pace of Hee-Jong Lim and also Jin Young Ko. And boy, dropping out of a tie for third here, that will be an expensive 3-putt at the last.
Yeah, unfortunate for In-Ji Chun. She's missed a lot of putts to the left, but still an excellent week. Always fun to watch, putting on a great display for the home fans.
Yeah, she's super popular. They absolutely love her here. She's been under media spotlight ever since she won that first major, the US Open, and stuck around. Love to see her back in the top 10 in the Rolex rankings. Morja Tanagan now looking to close matters on the 18th to stay at 11 under par. And it will be. Her Area, her little sister, has just edged her by 2 shots. Area finishing on 13 under for the championship. I wonder if they have a bet going on throughout the year.
Back on the tee. Our co-leaders are waiting. Ready to rock, coming off birdie at 17 is Jin Young Ko. Left side of the fairway, preferred line this pin today, tucked behind the bunkers. Anywhere on the short stuff though is good, and that's fine there for Jin Young Ko. First part of the equation negotiated for her at the tough closing par 4.
Jin Young Ko has such a good caddy on her bag with a huge amount of experience. Dave Brooker, they've been in this position before, coming down the stretch. The crowd like it. Blasting off with driver on the 18th. And would you believe it, another fairway hit.
Yep.
She's holding her own.
54 of 56 fairways this week. I'd love to see some statistical history on both the PGA and LPGA tours, because that's got to be close to being an all-time record.
She missed 1 today and 1 yesterday. It's insane.
Well, the one yesterday was by 2 feet. The one today was by about 6 feet.
Now with the wedge out here, it's a fairly tightish lie on the Zoysia grass behind the green at 18. Hey, Ran Yu has come down the hill, going left to right, just getting it in motion. Now feeding towards the flag, but charging past. Interesting call to chip that.
Yeah, strange play. I think perhaps maybe a 3-wood or a hybrid, get it rolling across the surface and just get it dribbling, onto the green and letting gravity take over would have been the preferred option. She played it well. She actually couldn't have played it too much better, and she still run 8 feet past the hole.
She has had a big week, hasn't she? One of the domestic Korean LPGA Tour players. She knew coming here. Well, she probably doesn't know just how packed it is. And that third place at the moment with Lydia Ko there, A-Lim Kim, Da-Yeon Lee, and Na-Rin Ahn also tied at 17 under par. She'll have to make that to stay in that share of third place. Min-Ji Lee Stumbled out of the gates earlier on, double bogey at the first, but boy, it's been quality display from that point on for the player from Perth in Western Australia. This to stay at 14 under. She'll bookend her round with errors, both the first and the 18th. But once again, pretty good week for Min-Ji Lee. We'll see her, no doubt, in action back in Florida for the last two events. The LPGA Tour season comes to a close. The Pelican Women's Championship, the CME Group Tour Championship as well. What a scene that is. Dappled sun through the autumn trees here on the 18th. And back down the fairway. How much pressure is there on the shoulders of these two? Hee Jong Lim and Jin Young Ko.
Well, there's a lot of time to think about it. Sometimes you don't want that much time. Thoughts can run through your mind, good and bad. While they ponder their approach into 18, here's Hee-Ran Yu with a par to stay at 17 under for the tournament. It's frustration for her yesterday. Hee-Ran Yu on 18. She stumbled down the stretch of holes. Frustration again today. At 69, 16 under, and the 20-year-old from South Korea. What a dazzling prospect she is. What a talent.
It really has been impressive this week on the big stage as the LPGA Tour comes back to Korea in this $2 million tournament, one of the more prestigious events on the tour. Danielle Kang had her chances, of course, pretty much until the weekend. Just didn't get it going. The vibe wasn't there. Couldn't get a real flow going. Slow to begin with in round 3. And he made bright starts in both rounds 1 and 2. Min-Ji Lee, she closes with a bogey here at 18. She'll have a chance to catch her breath and then regroup before the final two events. They head back to mainland USA. It's a long wait back in the fairway. Does that add to the pressure for the 21-year-old Hee Jong Lim? Here she is, just trying to get a gauge for the breeze. It's a long shot in. You can see the flag there tucked under the right edge of that sponsors grandstand behind the 18th, behind the bunkers as well. Tough to get it close. Danielle Kang, she taps in, not the weekend she was hoping for. She was right there in the mix after rounds of 66 and 68 through the early going, but 69-71 over the weekend wasn't going to get it done given how many birdies they have been throwing at the course here in Busan. Well, clear the decks, and it's over to Jin Young Ko and to Hee Jong Lim to fight it out for the win.
I think in this situation, it is an advantage to hit first. And in addition to that, I think for Hee Jong Lim, she likes to hit a little bit of a fade with the hybrid club. And with the flag being on the right-hand side, Jin Young Ko prefers to hit the ball the other way. I think if you're going, in saying that, I think if you're going to win this here in the 72nd hole, you need to make birdie. I can't see either player dropping a shot. She's actually turned it a little bit the other way.
Towards the middle of the green. If it catches the slope, it could feed towards the flag, but it's going to stay on the top level.
That's still a pretty solid shot. It's not going to be an easy two-putt from there, but not too bad at all. Certainly don't want to short-side it to the right.
Hybrid as well for Na Rin An. And this looks very good. Will it move round towards the hole? It's trying to. Just needed a few more legs. So now it's over to Jin Young Ko.
With 10 LPGA Tour wins. 2 majors in her account already. Chance to fire in a hybrid close and snatch it at the last.
And remember, a victory here moves her to world number 1 ahead of Nelly Korda.
Just how attacking is she going to be? Firing at the flag brings in a bit of risk. Oh, she's pulled it. And tracking further left all the time, and that will be a difficult 2-putt from there. It is very much now advantage Hee Jeong Lim.
You don't see Jin Young Ko drop the club too often. I mentioned it was not an easy flag for her on the right-hand side because she likes to draw the ball, but I didn't expect that one, Kate.
No, but she's got such high expectations. And as we know, she's able to deliver under the most intense scrutiny and pressure, but this time, the occasion getting the better of her. So it's going to be a real tester, as you say. She's a long way away from that hole on this 18th.
Slightly uphill there with the second shot. Just got caught back on the right leg, didn't she?
Yeah, didn't quite get through it. Hung on the back foot, flipped it with the hands a little bit, hence the ball hooked a little bit to the left. But still, she's on the putting surface. It's just going to be a very, very difficult 2-putt. But if I wanted someone to 2-putt for me, it would be Jin Young Ko.
Given what we've seen so far this week, if I wanted somebody to 1-putt for me, it might be Hee Jeong Lim. It's just felt like over the last 3 days, this is her week, her coming out parade. There will be some sort of finish if she manages to win here in regulation. Right now, you would say we are destined for a playoff, but we have seen some fireworks and dramatic finishes in the past, in recent times, on the LPGA Tour. We're set for another one here. What a stage it is. The 21-year-old from Korea. Jin Young Ko, she's a world star. Number 2 in the Rolex rankings, behind only Nelly Korda, and she'll be first to putt. Despite the long putt she has and the elevation change, not a lot of break in either of these 2 putts. Maybe a little bit more left to right for Jin Young Ko off the shoulder of that rise behind the green. But Hee Jeong Lim will be looking at this thinking, I can roll this down there and just get it tracking, feeding out towards the hole. I'm a chance to make this, to take it at the last.
Yeah, it's going to be all about the pace on this final hole, and Jin Young Ko really has got the measure of the green. She was sluggish.
And we go to the last. Who wrote this script? Jin Young Ko and Hee Jeong Lim tied together at 22 under par. The 21-year-old, the regular on the KLPGA Tour, a chance to jump to the LPGA Tour itself with a victory. But to do that, she has to beat the 26-year-old Jin Young Ko down the last. At the green, it's Maria Jatanagarn, 11 under. Just hasn't been able to get it going today to the extent that she would have liked. She's even par through 17. Another long putt, another well-paced putt. But she's been treading water, while those around her have been in speedboats.
There's a couple of drop shots on the front 9 for Maria Jatanagarn. She came unstuck, rallied with a couple of birdies on the back 9. Going, it'll be a round of 72, but that's heading in the wrong direction. Wow, you need to be in the mid-60s to be making your way into the top 10 on this leaderboard. It is world class.
Been terrific to see Alison Lee back in form this week. Mentioned it's been 5 years since she's had a top 10. And she's currently in a share of 10th. That guarantees a top 10 for Alison Lee. 15 under par in 9th position. What a sensational week.
67, 71, 67, 68 for a 273 total, and a couple of birdies, big ones at 16 and 18 to finish to jump inside the top 10. Well, one stage at the end of round 2, you'd have said In-Ji Chun would be fighting out this title, but as we said, on Saturday and Sunday, just couldn't match the pace of Hee-Jong Lim and also Jin Young Ko. And boy, dropping out of a tie for third here, that will be an expensive 3-putt at the last.
Yeah, unfortunate for In-Ji Chun. She's missed a lot of putts to the left, but still an excellent week. Always fun to watch, putting on a great display for the home fans.
Yeah, she's super popular. They absolutely love her here. She's been under media spotlight ever since she won that first major, the US Open, and stuck around. Love to see her back in the top 10 in the Rolex rankings. Morja Tanagan now looking to close matters on the 18th to stay at 11 under par. And it will be. Her Area, her little sister, has just edged her by 2 shots. Area finishing on 13 under for the championship. I wonder if they have a bet going on throughout the year.
Back on the tee. Our co-leaders are waiting. Ready to rock, coming off birdie at 17 is Jin Young Ko. Left side of the fairway, preferred line this pin today, tucked behind the bunkers. Anywhere on the short stuff though is good, and that's fine there for Jin Young Ko. First part of the equation negotiated for her at the tough closing par 4.
Jin Young Ko has such a good caddy on her bag with a huge amount of experience. Dave Brooker, they've been in this position before, coming down the stretch. The crowd like it. Blasting off with driver on the 18th. And would you believe it, another fairway hit.
Yep.
She's holding her own.
54 of 56 fairways this week. I'd love to see some statistical history on both the PGA and LPGA tours, because that's got to be close to being an all-time record.
She missed 1 today and 1 yesterday. It's insane.
Well, the one yesterday was by 2 feet. The one today was by about 6 feet.
Now with the wedge out here, it's a fairly tightish lie on the Zoysia grass behind the green at 18. Hey, Ran Yu has come down the hill, going left to right, just getting it in motion. Now feeding towards the flag, but charging past. Interesting call to chip that.
Yeah, strange play. I think perhaps maybe a 3-wood or a hybrid, get it rolling across the surface and just get it dribbling, onto the green and letting gravity take over would have been the preferred option. She played it well. She actually couldn't have played it too much better, and she still run 8 feet past the hole.
She has had a big week, hasn't she? One of the domestic Korean LPGA Tour players. She knew coming here. Well, she probably doesn't know just how packed it is. And that third place at the moment with Lydia Ko there, Mei Lim Kim, Da-Yeon Lee, and Na Rin An also tied at 17 under par. She'll have to make that to stay in that share of third place. Min Ji Lee Stumbled out of the gates earlier on, double bogey at the first, but boy, it's been quality display from that point on for the player from Perth in Western Australia. This to stay at 14 under. She'll bookend her round with errors, both the first and the 18th. But once again, pretty good week for Min-Ji Lee. We'll see her, no doubt, in action back in Florida for the last two events. As the LPGA Tour season comes to a close, the Pelican Women's Championship, and the CME Group Tour Championship as well. What a scene that is. Dappled sun through the autumn trees here on the 18th. And back down the fairway. How much pressure is there on the shoulders of these two? Hee Jong Lim and Jin Young Ko.
Well, there's a lot of time to think about it. Sometimes you don't want that much time. Thoughts can run through your mind, good and bad. While they ponder their approach into 18, here's Hee-Ran Yu with a par to stay at 17 under for the tournament. It's frustration for her yesterday. Hee-Ran Yu on 18, she stumbled down the stretch of holes. Frustration again today. At 69, 16 under, and the 20-year-old from South Korea. What a dazzling prospect she is, what a talent.
It really has been impressive this week on the big stage as the LPGA Tour comes back to Korea in this $2 million tournament, one of the more prestigious events on the tour. Danielle Kang had her chances, of course, pretty much until the weekend. Just didn't get it going. The vibe wasn't there, couldn't get a real flow going. Slow to begin with in round 3. And he made bright starts in both rounds 1 and 2. Min-Ji Lee, she closes with a bogey here at 18. She'll have a chance to catch her breath and then regroup before the final two events. They head back to mainland USA. It's a long wait back in the fairway. Does that add to the pressure for the 21-year-old Hee Jong Lim? Here she is, just trying to get a gauge for the breeze. It's a long shot in. You can see the flag there tucked under the right edge of that sponsors grandstand behind the 18th, behind the bunkers as well. Tough to get it close. Danielle Kang, she taps in, not the weekend she was hoping for. She was right there in the mix after rounds of 66 and 68 through the early going, but 69-71 over the weekend wasn't going to get it done given how many birdies they have been throwing at the course here in Busan. Well, clear the decks, and it's over to Jin Young Ko and to Hee Jong Lim to fight it out for the win.
I think in this situation, it is an advantage to hit first. And in addition to that, I think for Hee Jong Lim, she likes to hit a little bit of a fade with the hybrid club. And with the flag being on the right-hand side, Jin Young Ko prefers to hit the ball the other way. I think if you're going, in saying that, I think if you're going to win this here on the 72nd hole, you need to make birdie. I can't see either player dropping a shot. She's actually turned it a little bit the other way.
Towards the middle of the green. If it catches the slope, it could feed towards the flag, but it's going to stay on the top level.
That's still a pretty solid shot. It's not going to be an easy two-putt from there, but not too bad at all. Certainly don't want to short-side it to the right.
Hybrid well for Na Rin An. And this looks very good. Will it move round towards the hole? It's trying to, just needed a few more legs. So now it's over to Jin Young Ko.
With 10 LPGA Tour wins, 2 majors in her account already. Chance to fire in a hybrid close and snatch it at the last.
And remember, a victory here moves her to world number 1 ahead of Nelly Korda.
Just how attacking is she going to be? Firing at the flag brings in a bit of risk. Oh, she's pulled it. And tracking further left all the time, and that will be a difficult 2-putt from there. It is very much now advantage Hee Jeong Lim.
You don't see Jin Young Ko drop the club too often. I mentioned it was not an easy flag for her on the right-hand side because she likes to draw the ball, but I didn't expect that one, Kate.
No, but she's got such high expectations. And as we know, she's able to deliver under the most intense scrutiny and pressure, but this time, the occasion getting the better of her. So it's going to be a real tester, as you say. She's a long way away from that hole on this 18th.
Slightly uphill there with the second shot. Just got caught back on the right leg, didn't she?
Yeah, didn't quite get through it. Hung on the back foot, flipped it with the hands a little bit, hence the ball hooked a little bit to the left. But still, she's on the putting surface. It's just going to be a very, very difficult 2-putt. But if I wanted someone to 2-putt for me, it would be Jin Young Ko.
Given what we've seen so far this week, if I wanted somebody to 1-putt for me, it might be Hee Jeong Lim. It's just felt like over the last 3 days, this is her week, her coming out parade. There will be some sort of finish if she manages to win here in regulation. Right now, you would say we are destined for a playoff, but we have seen some fireworks and dramatic finishes in the past, in recent times, on the LPGA Tour. We're set for another one here. What a stage it is. The 21-year-old from Korea. Jin Young Ko, she's a world star. Number 2 in the Rolex rankings, behind only Nelly Korda. And she'll be first to putt. Despite the long putt she has and the elevation change, not a lot of break in either of these 2 putts. Maybe a little bit more left to right for Jin Young Ko off the shoulder of that rise behind the green. But Hee Jeong Lim will be looking at this thinking, I can roll this down there and just get it tracking, feeding out towards the hole. I'm a chance to make this, to take it at the last.
Yeah, it's going to be all about the pace on this final hole, and Jin Young Ko really has got the measure of the green. She was sluggish on Thursday, couldn't really buy a putt, but then rebounded with that 64 on Friday. Really has found her putting boots. Margins are so small when it comes to the top of world-class golf. Hard to separate these 2 players. Over 72 holes, they have been superb. 22 under par, playing 71 holes. What will unfold here on the 18th? Are we going to see a playoff the second time in this championship? There was one a couple of years ago between Hana Zhang and Danielle Kang. 3 holes it took to determine Hana Zhang as the inaugural champion of this BMW Ladies Championship. Could we see another one this afternoon?
I think the real advantage Hee Jeong Lim has with her putt is that although it's 30-35 feet, she really only has to hit the ball. You see where Jin Young Ko's standing there, how much elevation change on the green there is. It really comes off the back of the green there and slopes quite significantly down towards the hole. Hee Jeong Lim's only got to hit the ball about 10 or 12 feet, and then gravity will take over from there. Jin Young Ko, she has, well, 55, 60 feet, so she's got to hit her putt some 40 feet, 45 feet going uphill before it then goes down the other side. So a little like In Ji Chun, it's going to be very awkward to get this within a 3 or 4 foot circle.
So important here to get the speed right as it comes down this change of heights at the back of the green here at 18. Looking at it from side on now, it is quite a drop, some 3 to 4 feet that it goes down before the ball ends up on that same level as the flag here in the back right section of the green.
Yeah, once again, Dave Brooker stepping in. By his own reckoning, he says he's an excellent greens reader. He's going to need to be. This player has been #1 golfer on 2 previous occasions. We know exactly how good she is. It's going to test her.
Plenty of speed.
Wow.
And it was just about perfect. What a putt from Jin Young Ko. Under the pressure, tied for the lead. That was remarkable. So she will tap it in for a 4 eventually. And the stage is set for the biggest moment in the career, if not the life, of Hee Jeong Lim.
This camera angle gives you a good idea of the severity of the slope that she'll be coming down. She's got to put it a good, I'd say 4 feet outside the left edge of the hole.
Trying to win for the first time on the LPGA Tour, trying to become the Korean player who wins for the 200th time amongst all Koreans on the LPGA Tour. A historic milestone for this proud golfing nation awaits. Is it Jin Young Ko or Ji Hung Lim who takes title number 200 for Korea? Didn't have the same speed, or did it? Or thereabouts, yes. Very good in the end from Hee Jeong Lim. And we look set for a little bit of extra time here this afternoon.
Yep, don't go anywhere. Those tap-ins will finish on 22 under par. We've got ourselves another playoff.
Last year, Hana Jang and Daniel Kang were tied at 19 under par. In 2021, or rather 2 years ago, of course, we didn't play last year, given the pandemic. 2 years later, it looks like it's set to be another one. Jin Young Ko and Hee Jeong Lim. Ko taps in first, just to get out of the way for Na Rin An. What a weekend it's been. Had that chance to break the record for consecutive rounds in the 60s back in round 1. Gloomy, wet, it was cold, and Jin Young Ko fired a 71, but from that point on, she hit the go button.
Well, no matter how many wins you've had or how much of experience that you have had, to go out there in the final group Sunday and equal the course record, that is just phenomenal golf. Really proving why she's arguably the greatest golfer in the world, certainly the hottest golfer in women's golf at this point in time.
Now, like Hee Jeong Lim, Ran Yu, and others from the Korean LPGA Tour, Na Rin An, a fantastic week. This to take outright third. One wide for a long way there. Good putt to finish with. She will tap in and finish in a tie for third with Da-yeon Lee, A-Lim Kim, and Lydia Ko. 4 players there, finishing on 17 under. It was quite the week. Opened with a 64 to lead everybody back in round 1. And then 3 straight 69s for a 17 under total. And a fairly good payday on Sunday here in Korea for Na Rin An. Two feet remaining for Hee Jeong Lim. And we have a playoff in Busan, the BMW Ladies Championship. What a week it has been, and 72 holes over 4 rounds without a bogey for Jong Lim, who will play it off with Jin Young Ko in just a few moments' time to decide this title.
Jong Lim, no bogeys, no 3 putts in 72 holes, and only missed 2 fairways, Kate.
It's really staggering, isn't it? We're scratching our heads here in the commentary box, hardly able to believe the quality of the golf. And there's
down the leaderboard, Jennifer Kupcho there made the track across to Korea, along with Yelimi No, of course, who has Korean heritage. Both of them finishing at 3 under par through 72 holes. Jenny Shin there at -2 with a 69 today to get herself into red figures. 84 players in the field, including a winner just on 3 weeks ago, Ga Yoon Song, who beats Min-ji Lee in a playoff in the Hana Bank Financial Group Championship in the early part of October. Sue Oh from Melbourne in Victoria there with 75 today to finish at even par for the tournament. Leona Maguire, surprising to see one of the Solheim Cup stars produce a bit more this week in Korea. Back end, though, of a long season and a lot of golf to be played, and there's still more to come, of course, in a few weeks' time at both the Pelican Women's Championship and the CME Group Tour Championship as well to round out the LPGA season.
A little disappointing there for Min-ji Park, the Korean star, number 14 in the Rolex rankings, 6 victories on the KLPGA this year. Thought she may have done a little better this week.
He made a blinding start to the season, those 6 wins coming in the first 13 events on the KLPGA Tour calendar. Hasn't been able to maintain the rage in the second half of the season, but when you've already banked so much early on, she's in fine shape. One one of the stars going into 2022 again on the KLPGA Tour. Bronte Law, the Englishwoman, there at 2 over. The 71 today. Sarah Kemp, another of the Australians in the field, towards the back end, tied for 79th. Well, it's been great being in Busan, and we're certainly getting our money's worth as far as action is concerned. We're going to play 73 holes at a minimum. Hee Jong-min has not made a bogey over any of them to this point. The sun setting. They might finish in the shadows. Down 18. They'll be back down there on the tee once again in a moment. But this is the port city of Busan. Tremendous host city for this event on the LPGA Tour. Once again this year, second time we've played the BMW Ladies Championship. And in 2 years' time, the world will gather for the Expo 2030. So becoming a road to connect the world. The Expo in 2030, right here in Busan. Oh, the East China Sea shining in the afternoon sun. Hee Jong Lim and Jin Young Ko will fight it out in the first hole of the playoff. We'll see what happens as far as this little battle, as it turns out, between these two Korean stars, who will bring up win number 200 on the LPGA Tour by Korean players. They'll play 18. If they're locked together, they'll go back down to the 18th tee again, and then they'll head to the 10th. The downhill par 4. Jin Young Ko crunched a drive over the hill earlier today, but only made par. See if they need to go that far to decide this title today. And here we are back on the 18th tee, Kate.
We are, and what an opportunity it is, Warren, to see Hee Jong Lim take on the might of Jin Young Ko in this playoff situation. She's got to be relishing this opportunity. Just 21 years old. 4 wins she's had, but not as many as Jin Young Ko. And the confidence that Jin Young Ko is exuding in this final round, a 64 by the world number 2 to put herself in this position. So self-assured. Lots of confidence. She really doesn't stress about much at all, Jin Young Ko.
Hey guys, I'm Donna. I'm at LPGA. Nice to meet you. Yes, congratulations. Nice to meet you. Ji-young, congratulations.
축하드립니다.
We'll have a sudden death playoff to determine our winner. And the holes we will play 18, 18, number 10, come back to 18 if we still need to play.
플레이오프 오신 거를 환영하고요. 그리고 이제 18번, 18번 그리고 10번 순으로 진행이 되는데 처음 그럼 둘째 이제 그 승리자가 나오면은 곧바로 끝나게 되는 그런 시스템입니다. 잘 주시면 될 것 같아요.
18번을 18번을 10번을
네,
18번을
맞습니다.
만약에 계속 비기면
Jin Young, you had the lower score today. I'll let you draw first to determine the honor. So our order of play will be Jung first, and followed by Jin Young. Thank you.
Donna Mamet, the rules official from the LPGA Tour, on the scene to oversee this playoff between Jin Young Ko and Hee Jong Lim. It'll be Lim to play first after Ko draw the second number from Donna. Both found the fairway in regulation here, the 72nd hole. Having only missed 2 fairways all week. It's Hee Jong Lim to get the playoff underway. Confident looking swing rather, and a quick pick up of the tee. Well, she might be swimming in a moment in $300,000 US.
It's Jin Young Ko's first playoff. All the wins that she's had, she's won most of them in quite commanding fashion. Founders Cup a couple of weeks ago, she won by 4 strokes. Canberra Portland Classic a few weeks ago, that was also by 4 strokes. So this is the closest it's come for Jin Young. Likes it.
And once again, just slightly nudging it past Hee Jong Lim, not too much between them. They'll have similar shots coming into this back right flag as they did in regulation.
It's going to be funny in 2030 when the International Expo is here and all the public come along and take their clubs and they think they can match what the LPGA players have done or come close to it, and they're going to be shooting 25, 30 shots around worse.
Comfortably. Another look at the drive here from Hee Jong Lim. Yet again, a fairway splitter. What were the final numbers? 54 from 56 over the 72 holes of regulation play. It's amazing.
Well, to hit 54 of 56 fairways, have no 3 putts or bogeys over 72 holes, it's just incredible golf. Absolutely incredible. Like I said, I mean, it'd be close to being an all-time statistical record, men's or women's game.
Yeah, and she still has the problem of Jin Young Ko standing in her way. It's going to be fascinating to see who deals with the pressure the best.
So far this week, the hole playing just over its average of 4. I dare say playing a little bit more than that today, given the back right pin position. Tough one to get to. Take on enormous risk. You want to try and fly it onto that same level as the flag. Just the one eagle. Somebody's holed out from the fairway. What either of these two would give even for a birdie. Jin Young Ko made birdie here at 18 back in round 1 on Thursday, but that was to a vastly different flag. This back right location is the only time it's been used so far this week. They save the Sunday pin for good reason. It'll decide who takes out the title here in the BMW Ladies Championship. Jin Young Ko trying to win for the 4th time in the second half of the LPGA season. And Hee Jong Lim trying to win for the first time and would gain herself automatic rights immediately on the LPGA Tour. She could decide if she wanted to back up and go straight to Florida to play at least the Pelican Women's Championship in a few weeks' time. But no doubt, given what the local tour has given her so far, I'm sure she'd like to see out the rest of the season here and maybe begin fresh in the LPGA Tour should she win the playoff. Start new in 2022.
And given what we've seen over the last 4.5, 5 hours, you've got to think that it's going to be a birdie that wins this playoff. You can't see either player, given how well they've played tee to green and on the greens, really doing anything silly and dropping a shot.
But it's a testing approach. It's going to be a hybrid. They're about 190 back. Not going to be easy unless they're pumped full of adrenaline and believe it's going to be a long iron that's going to get them there. But no, Hee Jong Lim, hybrid in hand. She's going to deal the first blow, put the pressure on Jin Young Ko.
Well, the conundrum here, Kate, is the smart play is 15, 20 feet left of the flag. And you obviously don't want to short side it to the right, but it is a playoff. You've got to think that the other player is going to hit a good shot and that you need to make a birdie to win. So you do have to be aggressive. Like it started out on a good line.
If it catches the slope here, it can feed towards the flag. It will. It's going to just hang there slightly, but a more makeable putt coming up than the one she had in regulation. What a shot.
Wow, that was good. Well, over to you, Jin Young Ko. How are you going to respond to that?
Better line this time. Looking at the flag. It flies on and will run towards the cup. What a shot from Jin Young Ko!
Well, it could be a KO on the first playoff hole.
She hits it to 2 feet. A stunning shot from 173. Talk about putting your foot down when it matters most at the first playoff hole. And now a very serious-faced Hee Jong Lim walks up knowing she probably has to make this birdie putt to stay alive.
This was a terrific shot in here from Hee Jong Lim. We've seen group after group come through here and hit it 50, 60 feet from the hole. Many players walking away with the drop shots. She would have felt really good about herself after that approach, and we've spoken time and time again just how good this golf swing is. Stays behind the ball beautifully, lovely extension, great balance. And considering that's on a little bit of an upslope, finishing over her left leg absolutely beautifully. And Kate, what a shot this was.
Especially after pulling her approach at the 72nd hole. She comes up with that. But the first extra hole to be almost guaranteed a birdie 3. Ji Hong Lim might need more than a drink of water in a few moments' time when she realises just how close that ball is of Jin Young Ko.
Well, she was determined to make amends for the second shot she hit here only about 20 minutes ago when she hooked it to the left, dropped that club, made sure she got through to a left side that time around, and she's just hit, even for her, one of the best shots of her career.
Trying to nail down win number 11 in the LPGA Tour, having won 2 majors as well. And it's down to Hee Jong Lim, you would think, to make this to keep the playoff going. Around about 25 feet, thereabouts. This angle here gives you a good look at it. Slightly downhill. And well, it's no time to be shy.
Well, the putt being a little bit downhill is probably going to be advantageous for Hee Jong Lim and allowing her to get the ball to the hole. You've got a feel for her, don't you? I mean, she's just had, even by her standards, she's won 4 times on the KLPGA, but she's had the week of her life this week, just producing statistical brilliance, not putting a foot wrong at all in 72 holes, and not even in the playoff hole. She's going to need to hold this 20, 25 foot putt to keep the playoff alive, you would think.
It's a life-changing moment right now for Hee Jong Lim. This putt, you would think she must make. Jin Young Ko is in close. Has a 2-foot putt for a birdie. This is also for a birdie for Hee Jong Lim. Searching for her 5th win, but arguably the biggest in her career. This really has to go in. You wouldn't bet against Jin Young Ko, who just gets better and better as the pressure and the circumstances and the occasion gets even more significant.
Won back in August. The KLPGA Tour National Shelter High 1 Resort Ladies Open. That was a $500,000 event. This is a $2 million event. There's $300,000 waiting for the winner. Hee Jong Lim gave it a charge as she had to. But it leaks away to the right-hand side, and now Jin Young Ko has a short one for the title.
Well, I think it's still going to be Hee Jong Lim to putt first for her par. She certainly announced herself on the world stage this week, Kate.
Oh, she really has. She hasn't dropped a shot. She has been near faultless. This is a must-make, obviously. Jin Young Ko in close, so this has got to go in for a 4. But she's got to take an enormous measure of pride in how well she has equipped herself over the past 72 holes.
Bogey-free through 73 straight holes this week. It's been a stunning BMW Ladies Championship for Ji Hong Lim. What she can do now is smile and watch and wait for Jin Young Ko after that unbelievable hybrid shot into this back right pin position. She has this for the win.
And to move to world number 1.
On top in Korea and on top of the world, Jin Young Ko, the first extra hole, takes out the 2021 BMW Ladies Championship. What a stunning way to do it. An amazing shot she played to a tough pin at the last hole, and she wins with a birdie. She is a champion in every way. Well, it's a win of some significance. Consolations for Hee Jeong Lim as she walks away knowing she's finished in second place in the biggest event of her life to this point. What a result it has been for her. Jin Young Ko has the 11th win of her career now in her back pocket. She also has the 200th win all-time by Korean players as well. A significant milestone. What a proud moment for her as well, Kate.
Oh, it certainly is. Win number 4 of the season. Her parents are here this week. They would take an enormous measure of pride to see their young girl win again on the LPGA Tour. Nearly got completely doused with the celebratory water. Maybe having a chat with her mum and dad now.
She got a vest.
Yeah, I have it.
So she leapfrogs Nelly Korda at the top of the Rolex rankings. She's now the world number 1. That was the scenario. And well, after she opened with that 71 in round 1, a victory seemed like a long shot, didn't it? But she had to equal the course record in both rounds 2 and 4 to do what she's done here this afternoon.
Unbelievable. 21 under par for her last 3 rounds. You know, she said she wasn't thinking about that record on Thursday. It did appear to us like, you know, she was playing with the weight of the world on her shoulders. It certainly was difficult conditions, but she's proven why she is the best player in the world the last few days.
Including one more birdie.
She'll be able to add another heart to that golf bag of hers. What a week it has been. Jin Young Ko. 4th win now in this second half of the 2021 season. You should celebrate, Jin Young. That's what you should do. Grab some champagne because you deserve it after this shot. The shot of the week, the shot that sealed the deal. The 26-year-old from Korea. No matter what the tour, that is absolutely world class. Stunning shot for an incredible win in the playoff. And well, she had this little nervous one, but no trouble for a player of her caliber. And while there are no fans here this week, she has gained plenty more fans around the world with the golf she's played over the last 3 rounds. Absolutely incredible.
I think her ability as well to dig deep. I mean, she would have been so frustrated with that opening round of 71, but to bounce back with 64, 67, 64. At the beginning of the week, we were all talking about whether she was going to record her 15th consecutive round in the 60s. Well, she didn't break that record, but she's broken others this week. As the pressure mounted, she got better and better. Jin Young Ko absolutely thriving here in Busan.